Of the Wednesday the 27th of May, and I'd especially like to welcome Jane Beecroft, who will, from the Hare Krishna community, who will open the meeting with a prayer. Welcome, Jane.
Kia ora koutou, katoa, everyone. Lovely to see you all again. I actually always look forward to this. It's one of the highlights of my year, to come and honour those people that are actually keeping the city together. It doesn't go unnoticed. I'm someone who's spent most of my life managing small communities, and I know what that takes on all levels. So when I start thinking about what you're all up to, it just blows my mind. So before I get the opportunity to offer the prayer and, you know, connect with you all on a very personal level, I hope, I felt today like I just wanted to say thank you, like a really big thank you. To thank you for the wonderful job you do in managing our beautiful city of Dunedin. Dunedin is a diverse, multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-faith, multi-talented and mega beautiful city. And we get a lot of overseas guests visiting us over the years, and I can honestly say that every single one of them wants to stay here. Truly. It's amazing. They just fall in love with Dunedin and they're just like, wow, this is just the best place. Most of them have travelled all over the world, and there's something very special about Dunedin, and they recognise it too, and so do we living here, and once again we thank you for that. Managing a city takes a huge effort and beyond my comprehension. We just get to enjoy the benefits from you, so thank you for that. I always pray about what to say when I come, and it's very important to me because I think that the people are also the voice, and you, the caretakers and the managers, want to be in touch with what it is that we're feeling and we're experiencing in the city that you're managing. So 9 out of 10 from me. The parking meter didn't work. Just joking. All right, so what I came up with this time, hope you don't mind, a bit presumptive of me, but it's coming from a place of care, because as a manager quite often you're doing all the mahi and quite often getting criticised for so much of what you do, even though you're trying your best and working very, very hard. So what my prayer came up with this time was to give you a few tips for staying healthy and fit, physically, mentally, emotionally and spiritually. So you mind if I read them out? My number one was to walk in nature. I find that so very important for maintaining good health, sanity and peace, and very important when you're doing a job like this. We have so many beautiful parks in Dunedin. I mean, Dunedin is just one beautiful place, isn't it? And pretty much wherever you go, even out into your own garden, there's so much beauty and so much peace. Number two was meditation. Take time in a quiet place to just sit and relax, breathe. That was the next one. Vagus nerve breathing. Does everyone know about vagus nerve breathing? It's very, very, very helpful. I learned it when I was running that kitchen for 25 years and feeding 250 students in 2 hours, and nearly exploded quite a few times and did explode a few other times. And that's where I learnt that vagus nerve breathing. Just deep in for 3, right down to your tummy, hold for 3, and then out for 6. The out breath should be twice as long. And scientifically it's proven that when you do that, it relaxes your whole nervous system. And instead of producing cortisol and adrenaline, you produce dopamine and serotonin, which are the feel-good neurotransmitters that allow you access to the part of your brain that makes fabulous decisions and remembers things. So believe me, that is my lifesaver, and that's why I wanted to share it with you, because I realise the pressure that a lot of you operate under, and for your own health, physical, mental and emotional, that is truly a life changer. The fourth one I noted, and these are all coming from my own experience basically, is humility, the importance of humility. Because sometimes when you're in a powerful job of management, it's hard to step back a little bit and see things through other people's eyes, and to even accept that people will have different points of view. But our spiritual teacher summed it up, I think, in two beautiful quips. The first one was that individuality is the ecstasy. So that we're all different, and we're all going to see things differently, and we may all do things differently, but there's unity in diversity. So if we can somehow or other find a thread that connects us all, and realise that, especially for you, that you're all here for the right reasons, obviously, right? And that you can somehow or other find that unity and diversity, then that sets a great example for the people of the city to live together in that way. Is my time up yet? I've only got one more. Two actually. So number 5 is eat well. And I'm sure that means different things to all of you, but I did want to let you know some very good news, and that is that we now have a Krishna Kai caravan outside on the museum lawn 2 days a week, where we do meals for all the students and anyone who wants to come. Nothing's over $5, smoothies, fresh juices, a full cooked meal. We call it the Love Feast for $5. Pizza, samosas, nachos, you name it. So if you're hungry, come and see us, and we can definitely feed you up and give you our lovely higher taste cookbook, where you can learn how to cook nutritious meals. You may say, what's this got to do with a prayer? But it's my prayer for you. It's my prayer that you stay healthy and wealthy and wise, and that we just keep this beautiful city of Dunedin pumping the way it is, and just blooming like a lotus flower. 1,000-petaled lotus flower that just keeps revealing more and more of its magnificence. So number 6 was prayer. We finally got to it. For you too, doesn't matter what you believe. Prayer is a supplication. It's just putting it up, right? I quite often do it when things are overwhelming and I'm like, how on earth is this going to happen? I just hold my hands up and say, can you please make it happen? And magically, I could write a book about how that happens. So try it. You've got nothing to lose. It's free. Finally, my prayer, or our prayer actually, on behalf of the Dunedin Hare Krishna Cultural Centre for you today, is for good health, good cheer. These chairs are pretty good, but good cheer, good solutions. And I had good budget, but I've changed it to great budget. Good luck and God's blessings. Thank you all so much.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Jane. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you.
I'm going to Krishna Kai.
Now, there is no public forum and there are no apologies, so I'll move to the confirmation of the agenda. I move that the Council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? Therefore, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A, and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests, and notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team interests. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Then we'll move to the CEO overview report on page 15. Ms Sandy Graham, Ms Carolyn Allen and Mr Hayden McAuliffe will speak to the report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, councillors. In front of you, you have the agenda for the annual plan for this year that has been with the draft budgets developed following consultation with your community. The report shows that we've been able to make some changes to the overall rates increase. The water rate increase is as it was in the consultation with the community. The non-water rate increase has now been reduced to 4.1%, meaning the overall rate increase is 8.8% compared to a figure that was consulted on of 10.5%. So the budgets are now before you for you to interrogate, ask questions. I'm aware there are a number of resolutions that have been, or motions that have been proposed in the last day or two. So staff are still working on those, but they will crop up as you have your discussions about that. But we have a full suite of general managers and operational budget holders here to answer any questions you might have, so we're ready to go.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought you would have been the hot seat today, Sandy, but very good. But I think we're going to spend most of today discussing those areas where we might make cuts to the budget for next year, especially in comparison to the Year 9 plan. But of course, Three Waters is different. And if you look at paragraph 3 of your summary, that first sentence there, I just wonder if we might be reminded as to why Three Waters is different. Why an extra 1.7% above the 15% that was planned is required, and is that first sentence true? Will increasing the rates of Three Waters to 16.7% ensure financially sustainable water service provision by the 30th of June 2028?
What I can say is it's a true sentence, but I'll let the team talk in a little bit of detail about why we had to increase that, because it relates to the adequately allow for asset revaluations from memory.
Yes, that's correct. The last revaluation for Three Waters increased more than we'd anticipated. And so we ended up with a higher depreciation number than what we had built into the Water Services Delivery Plan. We had 2 years to phase in fully funding the depreciation as it was, and so we took the same approach to give ourselves, the 2 years, but it obviously needed to be at a higher amount. So we'd planned for 15%. Increased it to 16.7, but the uncertainty is what will happen with next year's or this 30 June valuation. So what we know at the moment, though, with the valuation at 30 June last year, it needed to be higher than we'd anticipated.
Just adding on that, the Water Services Delivery Plan has, in its as written and as approved by Council, has been signed off by the DIA, and that budget is now in the process of being ring-fenced as part of our budgeting process, because Council has decided to deliver water using an in-house business unit. So we're now required to put in place ring-fenced budgets that meet the requirements of the Water Services Delivery Plan that's been approved by 2028. At the same time, we're developing a water strategy, and that will feed through into this. As part of the 10-year plan, we will test some of the assumptions in the Water Services Delivery Plan to check that we've got them exactly right. But as it currently stands, this level of water rate is required to give effect to the signed-off Water Services Delivery Plan.
And at a government level, the government is not expecting Three Waters to be part of this rates capping process that we're embarking on.
That's correct, and that's why we're starting to separate out those two rates, just so that councillors and the community have clarity about what we can readily control and what is a little bit harder because of the different constraints. And if we move to rates capping, if the government legislates in that vein, and we understand that legislation is likely pre the election, then it's important that we have the adequately ring-fenced and good clarity about what's water and what's non-water.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got a question on paragraph 22, and my apologies, I reread this last night and I only just picked this up. And it's about the additional staff being added for the enhanced internal audit work plan. I was at that Audit Risk and Assurance Committee when we talked about increasing our internal audit, but my understanding, and this is where I'm apologising, I thought that was with our our external internal audit provider, that we weren't actually increasing staff in this. So just maybe some explanation on that, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. That was the recommendation from the committee, that we increase the number of audits by our external provider. But we've talked about this. We would end up with 6 internal audits to manage. We still need to do the work. So we have the internal audit. We need to make the improvements, and so it's just to make sure that, historically, best endeavours. It takes a long time to make those improvements, and so this is to provide the resource, to make sure that the recommendations are followed through with.
I totally understand, because it has been one of the criticisms that from the internal audit that has been undertaken, is that it takes so long to implement the recommendation. So I totally understand. Thank you.
So I have a question about what's the rule of thumb for a 1% rates rise? Usually we say it's X point X million.
For non-water?
Non-water.
Yes, so the non-water's 1% is 1.67 million.
Thank you. And my other question is just around the, it's on paragraph 18 on page 17, around the research into unmarked graves. Is that basically a government contract that we've got money coming, I'll say zero sum, money coming in, money going out to deliver that?
I'll tell you what I mean, Sophie. Yes, that's it. So it's essentially a cost neutral grant from DIA to undertake that work.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā korua. Ms Allen, can you just explain the context of the difference in re-evaluations, because we've been here before, haven't we? And it's something that we don't have a lot of control over. Could you just explain that issue? Oh, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Councillor. So every on a periodic basis, we need to revalue our assets for the purposes of making sure that our depreciation calculations are correct. The big influencer on our depreciation in recent years has been our water value, and as we've been going through the years, we have been getting better at through the valuation process. What we have found over the last few years is the value of the water network has been increasing significantly, and the impact of that means that we have a higher depreciation rate that follows in the next year. And the premise behind depreciation is that we fund it through our rates, and that depreciation is a representation of the funds we need to put back into the network to keep it maintained to the required standard. So we've found over the last few years that the increases have gone up significantly, and from that the costs of also maintaining have gone up, and we're having to fund that. Further to your point, we have been in a position of the last few years where we haven't been fully funding the depreciation in waters, which has meant we've had a deficit. And so part of the water services delivery plan has meant that we're working towards fully funding our water depreciation, and that is what we talked about earlier, to be that point at the 30th of June 2028 in alignment with the water services delivery plan.
And so just to follow up, this will be an issue that many councils across the country will be struggling with, the valuations and the need to revalue. Yep.
That is correct.
Just for the sake of new councillors, of which we have 7 at the meeting that won't have gone through this process before, I wonder, Chief Executive Graham, if you could just talk about why we make the resolution, I guess, C at the start of the meeting, that this is sort of, I guess, a holding pattern until any changes might be made through. Maybe that might be helpful.
And so, councillors, you will resolve something at the following this report, but C, hang on, yes, it is C, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. C is something that it's thing that we do, because normally in a meeting, once you've resolved something, it's very difficult to go back and then reconsider it at the same meeting. So that resolution means that if in the course of your discussions you make a decision here and a decision there, and the overall impact is something slightly different than you had intended at the start of the meeting, you can go back and alter any of your decisions during the meeting without needing to resort to tricky machinations of standing orders.
And that's covered in the, in the last paper on the completion of the annual plan deliberation. So it's bookended, if that helps with the explanation.
Indeed. Just so, for example, once you've considered the grants or the amenity requests, you may decide that you want to make some changes to the budgets or to the fees or something. Excuse me. So that this resolution enables you to then re-wrap up your overall draft budget. It's a procedural thing. It means you shouldn't be constrained during the course of the meeting from having the discussions around the decisions you want to make, because there is procedurally mechanisms to enable it.
Yep, so I'm just writing the list. So I've got Councillors Walker, Vandervis, Mayhem, Sims and Gaylor, and then on Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Just my question, and I know we don't have anybody here from DCHL, Dunedin City Holdings Limited, but to point 16 around the external revenue and the fact that 3 million has come from DCHL, is anybody prepared to speak to the potential consequences of front-ending that money in terms of just potential impacts on investment in particularly, say, Aurora, for example?
I don't understand the question. So they're putting 3 million additional into this year budget and ongoing, and they are comfortable that that's sustainable at that level? So
you've partly answered it by saying they're comfortable that that's a sustainable. Okay, so that
we had conversations with them about whether or not there was more that for this year. The challenge with that becomes if unless it's sustainable, you have a hole the following year, and so that's why we, in discussion with them, settled on 3 each of the next 2 years while the investment plan is worked on and while the 10-year plan deliberations.
The question's based on the fact that it's always a fraught discussion in terms of extracting dividends set against the potential for investing in the future growth of the company. So perhaps rather than here, it might be a better conversation to have when DCHL front up here, right?
They wouldn't, their professional director duties wouldn't have allowed them to, commit to a dividend that they weren't comfortable that was sustainable.
We also live in a political environment where there is that tension.
I'm really confident. We had robust discussions with them. I'm really confident that this is a good position at a relatively low base. I'd say. I think that probably some pressure can be put on in the future around upping that.
Councillor Vandervis.
Just further to that, my understanding is that one of the reasons why we're finally able to get slightly better dividends from the companies is that Delta has really had something of a turnaround. I think 5.9 I think they earned this last year, and that looks like it will be ongoing as well. So sustainable dividends from our companies, albeit really at a very low level considering the investment, is better than it has been for many, many years, and very grateful for that. My question to Hayden really is, given that we have undervalued the Three Waters assets, and given that we have also underfunded depreciation, the trajectory that we now have for getting more accurate valuations and then also fully funding depreciation, when do you anticipate, what year will we hopefully be in at this point, where we have properly valued the asset and we are fully funding depreciation. What year do you anticipate that being?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll answer your second question first. So we're expecting that we'll be fully funding all of our depreciation in the 2028 financial year, so the year following this budget. In terms of the valuations, with each valuation we get more and more accurate as we are identifying all of our assets in the asset base, condition assessments and the like. So we would hope that once we get to a point where we've got the valuations in a good place, we wouldn't see significant increases or catches up, which is what we've seen over the last few years. The asset valuations are also dependent on the market as well, how much it costs to repair, how much it costs to buy in materials. So those kind of factors flow through to our revaluations as well, fuel and the likes.
Can I ask a follow-up question, if I might? So for water and non-water, is the depreciation funding thus, when we'll be fully funding it, the same, or is there a difference between water and non-water?
At the moment, it's only water that's unfunded. Working towards funding that, non-water depreciation is funded.
Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora. I just wanted to ask some more about item 18, which is the grant we've received or applied for to address the unmarked graves. I see it's broken into two parts, 64,000 being operations and maintenance cost, and then some for consumables and general costs. So am I to be... is some of that for research into the unmarked graves and then the rest into the installation of plaques and memorials?
Thanks, Councillor. A lot of it's into the research. There is a small amount, around about 50,000, set aside for memorials, but it will be determined largely by conversations with the families, which forms part of that research. So a small amount for memorialising whatever's found, but mostly it's about locating.
So we will acknowledge, though, that with this money, that there are, even if we can't research into every unmarked grave, can we expect at several of our cemeteries, Andersons Bay, Waitati Cemetery, that at least the presence of the unmarked graves will be acknowledged and the institutional background?
I might throw to Mr. Ellis as to how wide-ranging that that research will be. We know that there are unmarked graves at almost all of our cemeteries. That's pretty commonplace. So, but I'll give it to Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Councillor. To your question, yes, we'll have some acknowledgement at those cemeteries where they do uncover the unmarked graves, and the research will go as far as the money will allow us, with the allowance to recognise those sites that they do discover.
Councillor Sims.
My question's been asked by Councillor Walker, thank you.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just further to the unmarked graves, are we getting university funding for that? Who's actually doing the study work?
I'm not sure who's doing the research, but the funding is from DIA.
Nothing from the university?
No, it's a DIA grant.
Just a further question. On item 43, it says here, while no options are presented, Council may wish to make amendments to the proposed operating budgets. Options are presented in other reports on this meeting's agenda. This is probably just a Councillor 101 question. Whereabouts on the agenda are those options presented, please?
Thank you, Councillor. In the capital expenditure report, we've included an option there, which is the next report on this agenda.
Did you say there's one option?
Yes, there's one option.
Thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for this. My question is on the declaration of dividend from DCHL of 3 million. Now, if we're looking at both from the perspective of Aurora Energy declaring a dividend, and that's our generational asset, as opposed to having more of the dividend just coming out from cash deposit equivalents from the Waipori Fund. Could you explain why we are looking at taking away food from our athletes at Aurora Energy as opposed to just declaring from cash equivalent holdings at our Waipori Fund, which is comprised of liquid securities and cash equivalents that we can just dispose of to declare a dividend in at any time?
The directors are comfortable that Aurora is retaining adequate profit to deliver the capital program that they need and deliver the growth they need. Waipori is covered by a SIPO that doesn't allow for it to be used in the way that you suggest.
The SIPO is determined at the governance of elected members. So it's to say that there's a lot of cash equivalents held in the Waipori Fund. Aurora Energy, on the other hand, needs the capital for our community, and in time to come, Aurora Energy is a distributor onwards to our Waipori Fund if it continues to deliver.
Is there a question there?
So why are we not having it from the Waipori Fund to just take out those cash equivalents we hold from Waipori Fund? Okay. These are just liquid assets that we can sell at any time to declare a dividend. And we...
That, Councillor, you've answered your own question. The SIPO is set at a governance level. The current SIPO doesn't allow what you're suggesting. Councillor Lund.
Ms Allen, just following on from Councillor Gaylor's question, that note at paragraph 43 specifically refers to proposed operating budgets, not capital spending budgets. So, and you've acknowledged that we've got a capital spending report, but we don't have, as far as I can see in the report, we just have some paragraphs about a summary of our operating expenditure, which is 341 million, but there are no options to reduce operating spending given to us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I guess this is a sort of a wide-ranging question, but has our thinking yet been coloured by the potential for regional reorganisation, and should it have been?
Is that a political question?
What I can say at a staff level, we're acutely aware of what that might mean, and that's front and centre of our mind. So, for example, we've got a couple of projects, IT projects that we had been planning to do, which we have pushed pause on because it's likely that we're amalgamation to proceed. One of our amalgamation colleagues might already have the software, for example. So we are doing that behind the scenes, but the draft budgets were prepared in advance of that announcement. So we're certainly doing what we can in the back end, but again, there are no decisions yet, so there's a fine line.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just going back to item 43, given that the sentence says something that is, we've just had confirmed is actually different to what the sentence says about the operating budgets and options therein, what are we going to do about that, and what can we do about that?
It's Councillor 101, like you said, Councillor Gaylor, and the process is reasonably well known to the councillors around here, so if there's a missing S or a slightly misstated sentence there, the process is very clear. And numerous of you have sent through resolutions overnight that present options for councillors to consider around the draft operating budgets. And so I don't think anything needs to be done about that. There's a process that we follow. We've got, I think, 8 proposed motions that all impact operating budgets that will be discussed and debated as part of this process.
And would that be around item 10 at funding requests or now?
Some of them will come to this, some of them impact actually the operating budget. And so that's the process.
Yeah, I would suggest that on an item as important as this is looking at operating budgets, which is part and parcel of trying to reduce our rates. That in fact that we were looking for this and couldn't find what we needed to. It does suggest that this will make our task a little bit harder today over the compressed period of time that we have.
We've already had the operating budget.
We've already had the through the you've already had the councillors already had the operating budgets in January and February in a great deal of detail, and there was a lot of discussion about them. You weren't elected at that time, so the other councillors all had an opportunity to go through them. We presented a range of thoughts that staff had for operational savings. None of those were picked up by the councillors, and the community. This report responds to the feedback we had from councillors, the feedback from the community.
Councillor Sims, did you have your hand up? Oh, Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question again is on Aurora Energy, because I understand that specific elected members are considering what was previously rejected, which is the sale of Aurora Energy. I can't agree to that.
Councillor Ong, that's irrelevant.
No. Okay, my question to ask is, do you not see that if we are distributing dividends out from Aurora Energy, that means that the valuation of this community generational asset is being reduced because it has less to grow in its value for our community? We are reducing the value of Aurora Energy for our community by distributing funds it needs out.
Is there a question there, please?
Do you see that in doing that?
You can't ask opinions of staff.
But also that's a question for DCHL. As I've said, DCHL, who council is a shareholder and not Aurora, have said they are comfortable with the dividend at the level that they're providing and that it's a sustainable dividend.
DCHL from other alternative sources, please.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Would it be correct in saying that this is a huge move from a traditional council model towards a heavily infrastructure and compliance driven environment, and a lot of this we do not have any choice over due to government mandates?
Sorry, I don't understand your question, Councillor, because the budget is pretty balanced and deals with a range of infrastructure and non-infrastructure matters across the various service levels that Council is committed to as part of its 9-year plan.
Thank you.
I can answer a little bit about the unfunded mandates as well, which government are putting on us, especially around the extra work that we have to do around the regional reorganisation, the planning for the RMA reforms, the emergency reform, etc. So there is quite a big reform agenda which we have to find the facilities to respond to as well, and to get ourselves in a good place. So are there any other questions? Councillor Walker.
Forgive me, it's a slightly risky question. I'm not even looking at the CEO. It's sort of the question is formed in my head in an answer to, I guess, I think it was Councillor Sims when you talked, Ms. Graham, about hitting pause on the IT investment, and I think probably for good reason. As we move forward into amalgamation, this is why it's a risky question, maybe not totally related to this, but interrelated to maybe what Councillor Gaylor is questioning. There may be situations as we get into that process where some of the projects we've committed to may have to be paused or reviewed.
And if we find ourselves in that situation, because at the minute there's no decisions around amalgamation, we won't know anything until August, at which point annual plan will have been adopted. We'll be developing the 10-year plan. If there is something that comes up that is an obvious candidate for pausing, we would come to council and say that.
Are there any more questions? There being none, I will move, as per the paper, that the council notes the CEO overview report, 26-27 budget update report, approves the proposed changes to the operational budget for the inclusion in the 26-27 annual plan, and notes that any resolution made in the section of the meeting pursuant to Standing Order 23.5 may be subject to further discussion and decision by the meeting. And I asked a question earlier, but given that we have 7 new councillors around the table, that just an explanation that this is a bookend motion. So we will go through the papers and perhaps make some decisions that might affect the operational or the capital budget, and then we wrap it up at the end of the meeting. Someone brought up about regional reorganisation. I sent councillors an email earlier this week that the Mayoral Forum have agreed to work on options around regional reorganisation and fund that jointly, which takes actually a bit of pressure off this council for doing all of that work. It's a lot more sensible that we work together to get ourselves in a position where we might decide to go with Head Start or we might not, but a lot of that work needs to be done and is being done. It's putting a huge amount of pressure on councils to respond to a lot of the government reform, which is impacting on our resources, on our staff time and our budgets. It's a rather difficult time to be in. We've also got the RMA reform soon to hit, and that's extremely concerning as well, about the amount of pressure and costs that will put on the planning staff with that reform and how we manage to respond to that. With this budget, we've got to get ourselves in a good position for whatever happens with amalgamation, and that's one of the things that we seriously need to consider. Is we need to make sure that our city is in the best position pre or post amalgamation. I think we talked about that with our water, and we invested heavily in our water to make sure that we were getting in a good position so that we had options, and these were options around whether we ring-fenced our water, whether we did our water in-house or out-of-house. And people have asked about the revaluations, and that happens every year, and it's always challenging because it seems like the methodology changes from year to year. It would be good to get one solid methodology so we weren't having to keep changing our depreciation, which does impact on our figures as well. We should say thank you to DCHL for the extra dividend that they've managed to find, which has actually kept the rates rise down. We haven't had to cut levels of service, and whenever we're thinking about cutting operational costs, we do need to consult with the community about those levels of service, because this budget is about what do ratepayers and residents get for their rates, get for the money that they're giving for council. We've consulted on the rates rise, so we went through that process. I was reading some of the consultation feedback today, earlier this morning, around the rates rise while I considered this paper, and I thought that we should talk about the Disabled Persons Association, who acknowledged the proposed rates rise, and this was when it was at 10.5%, and they said, we also recognise that any rates rise will be necessary if council capital spending programs, services and activities are to be maintained in this difficult time. DPA recommends mitigating the impact of rates rises for low-income households which contain disproportionately numbers of disabled people through advising ratepayers. So this is an advising ratepayers about the availability of rates assistance from the Department of Internal Affairs, and I urge councillors to make sure, we can all do it on our social media, that we advise people about that rates assistance that is available from the Department of Internal Affairs so that people can take that out. They also recommended that DCC draw on dividends from the council-owned companies, which is what we've done to offset proposed rates increases. And then the Disabled Persons Association also asked that council not cut any frontline council services or programs during the forthcoming financial year, as a lurch into full austerity will create false economies. And that is one of the challenges that we face, that if we don't do work now, it's going to cost more in the future. And we are supremely aware of what's happening with the fuel crisis and how that impacts on all of council costs. We're a big buyer of plastic pipes and fuel of oil actually goes into those. And when we looked at, hopefully we have got a bridge on there. Bridges are 38% more expensive to build than they were 4 years ago. Sewage is 30% more expensive to build. Roads and water supply systems are 27% more expensive to build. So these were some stats that came through last year from our Gen Z, and that's part of the challenges, that we're not delivering groceries to people. We're actually delivering council services. We're delivering roads, parks, libraries, all of those things. So we do need to think about what our community have said when we go through these discussions that we are going to have. We're also looking forward from finishing the annual plan. We'll be straight into the long-term plan, and it's certainly my intention to form a value for money working group and to discuss our levels of service very clearly. When we cut our level of service for trimming our verges, we had quite a lot of feedback from the community that they found it unacceptable, and we had to put money back in the budget. So we do need to think very carefully about what services are we delivering for the community and make sure that they are getting good value for money. And I'm sure some commentary will come up about the ORC and their zero rates rise and why can't we do it. They did do that rates rise out of their reserves that they are very fortunate to have, and perhaps they're looking towards what happens with the regional reorganisation and amalgamation. I think there are some councils that are very clearly trying to perhaps get rid of some of that extra money that they've got lying around. I think that we've been. Anyway, I won't go there. So thank you to the staff for all of the hard work that they have done on these budgets. We've been working, well, I think before Christmas, the work started on these budgets, and it's been a very hard time, especially I think with a lot of shocks hitting the budgets, especially around the fuel crisis, the extra work that the government's giving us, etc. So it is a challenging time, but I'm sure that we can steer the city well through this and make sure that we're delivering services to our community. Who did I see with their hands up? Did you, Brent, or were you just waving your pen? Okay. Councillor Weatherall.
Miss Sophie, just a...
Oh, yes.
Didn't get a seconder.
Oh, sorry. Second, but yeah, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I often wave my pen about. But yes, I was intending to speak. The good news story in this report is that staff have reduced the proposed overall rates increase down from 10.5 to 8.8% by showing restraint, caution and deferral. I sincerely hope councillors can support the intent and resist the temptation to undo the staff's hard work during today's deliberations. So in recognition of the work done to date, I have named this budget the tighten the belt before someone else does budget. Here's hoping it can retain its title by the end of the day, once it's mulled over by councillors. Thank you and well done, staff.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, I too appreciate the work that the staff have gone to at least make some savings here. However, I don't believe we have gone nearly far enough. And I'd just like to add that having just come from the ORC, it's not just out of reserves, it's also out of careful budgeting and looking at operational budgets as well, that zero rates increase was made. So I just would like to add that as well as what the disabled group is saying, that, you know, we have done, Assembly, is it? The Assembly? Sorry, yeah, has issued us with their commentary. There is also a parallel commentary that people are really doing it hard, and 8.8% increase is nowhere near what people are expecting and can cope with. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, did I see your hand go up, Councillor Land?
Worship. Now, I want to thank our staff here, because on the broad level, this is a good budget. Our staff have got numbers to deliver to us and onwards to our community. At the same time, I would not support this because for two reasons. At the very broad level, the composition of how our dividends are being declared and where it's being taken from across the different pockets of assets we have across our city and our investments. And that's simply to say we have generational assets. At the same time, we have very short-term liquid assets where we can alternatively be declaring dividends from. Don't take away from our generational assets that create value for our community and our city and need what they need to serve our city in the crucial area of all our households. That's the first point on the broad picture of things. Now, on the very smaller items of things, it just comes down to having the public transparency when questions are put forth by elected members so that we know what's taking place. I will say I have asked in terms of the personnel costs, it states it's being increased by $406,000 for 3 additional staff. Now, 2 of those staff are going to that homeless outreach service that we approve to be in-house in council because it connects across the policies that we have a bird's eye view of for our city. That makes perfect sense that we have it in-house. Now, it's coming down to what are the numbers for that? And from what I can tell, it's an average for those 2 staff of $157,000 per staff.
Just one moment. No, that is not correct. That when the report came through, it did have the breakdown of what was staff. There was another report, and if you refer back to that report, those maths are incorrect.
It says very clearly here personnel costs. Now, you can see what the total for 2 personnel costs are here, and then we divide it by 2. So very simply, I've put forth the question.
Can I just do a point of order, please? That is 25.2
So, okay,
point.
well, I just say broadly then.
I'm just doing a point of order. Misrepresentation.
Not at all. It's very literally.
Oh, you don't need
stated
to argue with me.
I'll just take 1 minute adjournment to get some advice on that.
Seconded.
Councillor Mayhem.
Oh, sorry.
All those in favour? Against? I'll just take 1 moment. Thank you. Cannot argue with me. You've been provided with the correct information in previous papers about the homeless outreach service and the cost of staff. So your maths is incorrect in this matter. So can you please apologise and withdraw, and you may carry on.
Councillor Lund, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you. I would just like to point out that our operating expenditure is now $341 million this year, up from $334 million. And I was expecting to see some proposed changes in operating budgets. And Ms Graham is correct that Council did have a range of savings put before it in a non-public meeting in January this year, but there was no formal decisions made around those, and there was no follow-up, and I was disappointed about that. And I think that Councillor Vandervis would confirm, as the longest serving councillor of 18 years, that there's been no comprehensive review of council operations in this time, and it's time that we made a start. And furthermore, it's as we can take the lead from the Otago Regional Council, who direct their staff, not to have council around this table debate line by line or come up with items. That is the job of staff. We are told that we are governors, and we need to have some options. And I would point out that the government will be watching very closely to see how we are reacting to the proposed rates cap and our discipline around our spending. And it was stressed to us by Ms Graham that we needed to start making decisions this financial year. It could not all be left to next year and the subsequent year, but as a council, we haven't given staff any direction to do that. There are some councillors here that have expressed a view that, that despite the government's intention around amalgamation, that every council must amalgamate with at least one, that we would like to remain as is. And that well may be a viable option.
But unless, as a council, we start moving in the direction of fiscal discipline and restraint with a focus on infrastructure, we can't expect any special treatment from the government, and instead we'll be forced into an arrangement we don't want. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. This year started well with a PX workshop in which council staff presented a raft of options to save both operating expense and capital expense. This budget does not reflect the savings that are possible had the governors around this table been prepared to grasp the nettle. This is not a staff issue, this is a governance issue, it is on us. At this time, households, families, businesses are all being forced to make tough decisions, really tough decisions, in the face of a cost of living crisis and the ongoing fuel crisis. In my view, this is a time for structural change to deliver real and enduring savings for ratepayers. Structural change, not tinkering around the edges as this budget seeks to do. We should not need a rates cap. We should be disciplined governors aware of the extreme pressure that many in our community are currently facing. The Government of New Zealand has sent two very significant missives to local government. It is hard to argue with either of them because there is significant cross-party support for them and significant support from the wider community. We have an expenditure budget of $475 million. If it was not possible to find $11 million in savings and deliver a 5% rates rise rather than an 8.5% rates rise, if our life depended on it, I would eat Councillor Mayhem's hat. None of us are advocating for frontline essential services to be cut. None of us are aiming at cutting libraries and playgrounds. None of us are aiming at cutting the events that make Dunedin special and provide low-cost entertainment for our families. But we need bold, significant structural changes to drive sustainable savings, as were suggested by staff at the beginning of this year and ignored by the people around this table. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with everything that both Councillors Lund and Sims have just said. It's, in all the years that I've been on council, it's been unprecedented that staff have actually offered us opportunities to cut back on their numbers and their costs. And this unwillingness of people around this table to grab some of those very significant savings has been really disappointing to me. I'm very grateful that Chief Executive Graham has pushed pause on a number of different things. She mentioned the IT backroom systems just now, but if you look at the capital budgets, for instance, in previous years where sometimes they were 25% over budget, this year they have been pulled back something like 25% under budget. And I'm very grateful for that, because the uncertainty that we go into now means that we really shouldn't be charging ahead with all sorts of things that aren't basic services. I'm happy that the Three Waters has been ring-fenced and that the budget has been increased, because to not do that would essentially be hiding more debt in our fundamental basic supply of Three Water services. They've been undervalued, the depreciation has been not fully funded, and that needs to happen. These are basic services, and I'm delighted that this budget update leaves that funding alone and makes it sustainable, hopefully by 2028. In terms of pushing pause, we have an opportunity today to push pause on a number of projects which are not fundamentally basic and which will make a really big difference and get our overall rates rise to under 5%. These include, and the list has been forwarded already by Councillor Lund, the Princess Bus Priority Corridor Safety Plan, 3.2 million. Shaping Future Dunedin Peninsula Connection, 3 million. And goodness knows we've spent enough money on Peninsula Connection over the years. Peninsula Connection Board Ward, 3.35 million. Future Development Strategy, 2.476 million. Toitu Early Settlers Museum Decarbonise and Renewable Energy Project Systems, another $500,000. Destination Playgrounds, 4.24 million. They're all things we would like to have. They are all things we need to push pause on. There are other savings as well, which we need to look at, and they involve staff cuts. Nobody around the table wants to bring up the question of staff cuts because it's an emotional issue. There are people who we know well who potentially could lose jobs, and for this reason they tend to be left alone. But there is one particular group, I believe, that we have been funding for many years now, and that is the Zero Carbon team. I think there are still 10 people in it. Zero Carbon is a policy that has been instituted across all DCC departments by now. To maintain a group of essentially zero carbon focused employees at the cost of something like $1 million a year is just not sustainable. They've done their work. That job has been done. We are looking at zero carbon by 2030 still not being maintained. We've only managed a 1.5% CO2 reduction since baseline, which was chosen just before COVID. COVID itself accounts for that reduction in CO2. We need to look at what value this particular DCC department has, and in my view, we need to
Councillor Venvis, you are out of time.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speakers in terms of where we've landed with our budgeted rate rise, and I agree that that staff have worked really hard on the budget and have put forward suggested changes or cuts to our budget. And there was no appetite around this table. It is absolutely right, Councillor Sims. This lands on us as governors. And then suddenly, if you think you're going to be able to make structural changes at this very last minute, you have had months, governors, you have had months to consider this, talk to staff, come up with proposals, and then suddenly, literally, at the 12th hour, you're going to come up with structural changes, as been suggested here, without cutting anything. I just think that's a real disservice to our staff. I would love to have a lower rate rise, absolutely, but let's work through it. And for the budget that we're currently in, councillors had access to budgets. They could go through them line by line. It was electronic, they could go through them. And that was where we're in the current year that we're in. So to say that councillors have not had access to that is incorrect. And I just would caution councillors to make fundamental changes at this very last minute to a budget that we're going to start operating in 1 month's time. Let's remember that, in 1 month's time, is a real challenge. The big questions and the big discussions now we're going to have to land on the long-term plan, because you've left it too late. We have all left it too late to come up with major changes for this budget ahead. And I just think I feel for the staff. I've sat there and been in that position, and to suddenly hear councillors say, let's make major changes to the budget. Come on, guys, be fair to our team. You've all left it too late. I don't know what you've been doing in the last few months, but some of us have been working really hard behind the scenes, and I'm not turning up today with a long list of changes at the 11th hour.
Councillor Trewell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I mostly just wanted to speak to commend staff on the, I think, really impressive savings they found in a relatively short period of time here. I would basically like to reiterate the words of Deputy Mayor Lucas, which is it really takes time to, do a piece of work like this, as you see a little bit of in papers. These are complicated budgets that we have to work through and to find areas to nip and cut and negotiate projects that are ongoing, often over multiple years to find these things. It's not a simple operation, and it's something that we do need to take time. Probably the governors could have moved quickly if we had more will around the table, but a little bit in our defence. It's been a chaotic year with pressure from central government and other factors within and without the organisation that have made some of these decisions a bit difficult. However, there are going to be matters that will be debated for the long-term plan, as they should. If we do want to have a serious discussion around cost cutting, absolutely. But to suggest that there are huge structural changes that have been ignored just sort of out of idleness, I would think is a mischaracterisation. So again, just commending the staff on this budget, which I think is impressive given the period of time in which it's been developed. And yeah, ka mihi.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Mayhem.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I had to sit here with a growing sense of anger, and you sort of sucked it out of me and absorbed it, and it came out of your mouth instead of mine. So thank you. I can be a lot calmer, I think, now. I absolutely 100% back what you've just spoken about, and that's in the context of us often not agreeing on a number of things around the table. Your point is well struck. It hits the nail on the head in terms of the last minute context in which some of the discussion has arisen here after many months of opportunity. We're now talking about rejigging a budget that needs to be struck, let's not forget, by July the 1st, and the consequences of not meeting that deadline doesn't even bear thinking about. In fact, it means we can't claim rates. Listen, in a broader context, a big thank you to the CEO and staff for bringing a proposed 10.5% rates rise down to 8.8%. This effort should not be underestimated. And I guess to Councillor Sims's point, I'd argue none of us around this table isn't acutely aware of the financial pressure that families, individuals, businesses are under. And I think, and you weren't suggesting, but I don't otherwise, to think otherwise would be unfair, but I don't think you were suggesting that. But I think we're all acutely aware of that. And listen, balancing affordability while continuing to move the city forward is always fraught and is never easy. And I certainly don't envy the task of staff when we ask them to do that. I mean, it's almost an impossible task, but we have to try and get that balance as finely attuned as we can. And while fiscal restraint is always important, it should be uppermost in our minds. I would definitely caution against pursuing cuts for the sake of cuts alone. Austerity for the sake of austerity, and I've spoken about this many times around this table, will lead to both immediate and long-term consequences, particularly when it results in essential work being delayed. Infrastructure, maintenance, renewal projects, and importantly, investment in community assets, and some of which Councillor van der Vos mentioned. They don't simply disappear because they are deferred. In most cases, the costs, as we know, only grow larger over time, ultimately placing an even greater burden, ironically, on future generations. That is neither sustainable, and it's just not fair, I think. So I wanted to reiterate that point because we are in a context that's different here, and there is a lot of pressure on us. But just be aware that, and the person who opened today talked specifically about the joys of living in this place. She talked about herself and the people who visit and what they value in this place. And if we lose that essence of what she was trying to describe, then we might as well just turn the lights off, pack up and go and leave the city. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Sophie. This is about what services we can deliver to our community subject to budget constraints. I'd like to echo the words of our previous speakers. Thank you, ka mihi nui to the staff for their mahi and the number crunching and trying to get our rates down as low as we can. If we can summarise the public feedback to the annual plan, there's a reoccurring theme about back to basics. We've heard a lot of concerns about inefficient roadworks, South Dunedin floodings versus core infrastructure, and a call for clearer prioritisation and professionalism in our planning. The overall takeaways were strong support for implementing the proposed Three Waters rating differential, strong support for the Dunedin Tunnels Trail, a clear emphasis on affordability, completion of core infrastructure, especially Three Waters and flood resilience, road safety and progressing the Peninsula connection. We also had other requests subject to budget constraints, targeting requests for community-led resource recovery and selective amenity improvements. We also heard from the DPA, if we lurch into full austerity, we will affect future economies. That's true, and we really need to be delivering all of those things. We've heard that roads are 27% more expensive. I'm pleased to hear we're going to appoint a value for money working group. We are operating in really constrained situations with our budgets in a cost of living crisis, and the pressure is on us with all of the uncertainty that's looming. I urge my colleagues today to really listen to what the public feedback has been and think hard about what we are asking from our ratepayers and the impact it will have on their households. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Worship. I could not agree more with the Deputy Mayor. Running in at the last minute with talking points and offering them up as a full plan is not helpful. I just want to acknowledge the incredible amount of work the staff have clearly put into this budget. These are not easy times for local government, and balancing affordable pressures with the need to maintain critical infrastructure and service is an enormously difficult task. To have reduced the projected rate increases while still maintaining investment in the city reflects a huge amount of work that's gone behind the scenes, and I think staff deserve real recognition for their efforts. I fully support this work. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And there's been many things said this morning. We are, as we know, in a time of great uncertainty. And that's something that is well understood. We also know we're in a time of great pain for our community, not necessarily that inflicted by council, but at a higher level of central government. And we're very aware of that. I have to say I was surprised in the feedback and submissions that we got in the annual plan, because there was an understanding of what we needed to do. And I thought that the Disabled People's Assembly was a reflection of that, one of the most vulnerable groups in our community, saying that they understood what we needed to do to invest in the city, to keep it moving, while remembering the difficulties of rate rises for everyone. Thank you to the staff. I'll echo that as well. A lot happens behind the scenes, and this budget has not been arrived at without a considerable amount of work. A lot of the work goes in at the draft budget stage, and we've all been part of that. And this time is a time for good debate, robust debate, but it will come down in the end to our values. Deputy Mayor, I couldn't agree more. We might disagree on individual things, but you're absolutely right. At the 11th hour, it's far too late to be talking in the way that some would have us think. I also noted when I went back to some notes that I'd taken from a presentation from DIA, Local Government New Zealand, around the rates cap. And I want to remind everybody that there was a reflection that there was not a considerable amount of change expected in annual plans in this round. The change that was expected is for the long-term plan, and that is where we need to be focusing our attention, to be collaborating and coordinating, and to work on how we can get the best value for money. In terms of this talk of staff cuts, in an already uncertain time, it is not helpful in the slightest. And this is not the place to be talking about that, particularly in terms of specifics. And I would remind my colleagues that in order to carry out the mandated reform that we are required to do, we need staff to do that. And let's not forget the incredible level of mandated reform that we have ahead of us, as well as an oil crisis. So thank you to the staff, and thank you to the Chief Executive for leading this and going from a 10.5 to an 8.8% budget is not a small thing, and you certainly have taken into account the pain felt in the community and what we're trying to achieve here. So I am comfortable with this. We'll have discussions as we go through. It is a difficult time, and what we need to do is steer a steady course and keep the momentum up while considering the uncertainty and the difficulties that we face.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and I'd just like to reiterate or appreciate Councillor Lucas's statements. I really, really do agree with them, and I just want to also record my add to the thanks to all the staff, and I just really want to. I know that there is pain, but for me, there's always been pain. There's always been pain, and in lots of respects. I mean, you can say that I'm being callous or something about rates, but in terms of trying to cut things, we should actually be trying to fix the system and look at really look at the rates rebate system, and really, in case instead of occasional remits to LGNZ, we should be really fighting hard to get DIA to do something different with the rates rebate system. We're trying to, people will talk about we're operating in financially constrained times. We're operating in a broken system, and we always have been. So I think it's really callous of councillors as governors to talk about, dismissing or getting rid of staff because they're of no use, or people trying to stop staff cuts is we're being emotional. Yeah, I want to be emotional. This is about people. That's what we're supposed to be doing here, is thinking about people, not just our residents, but also our staff. And I'm just so angry that we have to put up with the staff have to listen to this stuff. God, don't just think because you want to cut stuff that you want to make statements about the staff, and then that's okay because you are a governor and you can say these things because you're operating in a financially, fiscally responsible attitude. These are people and their children and their grandchildren. So have a thought about that as well.
Thank you, everyone. I think everyone has spoken, and I agree. We are people too. We are all members of the community. Everyone sitting in this room, the governors and the staff, and it is particularly egregious to pick on staff at this time. I would start with Councillor Weatherall. I think you mentioned the word restraint, caution, or the words restraint, caution and deferral, and tighten our belts before someone else does. This also continues on to what Councillor Lund talked about the rates cap, which the government have signalled would be between 2 and 4%, and the staff have done a big job in actually getting our non-water rates down to 4.1%, where the water rates won't be counted in this because that is ring-fenced, and they've said we're not targeting water rates. So we are working towards that rates cap that we will apparently get hit with it. I think the legislation's coming in just before government. We have the elections, and Councillor Gay said people are doing it hard. Everyone's doing it hard around Dunedin, around the table, around our staff, and we are all working and living in really hard times. There is a cost of living crisis, and I think that every time anyone goes to fill up the petrol in their car, they are well reminded that people are making tough decisions out there. And Councillor Sims did talk about the tough decisions and the pressure in the community. And I'm not going to comment on a non-public workshop. However, I will say that we will be examining these at the right time, which will be under the long-term plan and looking at the levels of service, because I'm going to comment generally on ideas, that they were ones that would be coming to the long-term plan and ideas for that. We do have to examine the levels of service and the value for money, and that is a conversation that we have to have with our community and what is acceptable to them. There's some big things coming up. If we do have a rates cap, we're not going to be able to afford everything, but those are decisions and conversations that we need to have with our community, and that will be what we are doing through the long-term plan. I've talked about having a value for money working group, and that is something that I'm committed to. I talked about that during one of my platforms during the election, is having value for money services. Now that's not talking about cutting, that's talking about what are we going to go out and talk to our community, what do they perceive as value for money, and how are we going to deliver better value for rates as well. So we are open to all ideas, and I am committed to that. So I've got 2 minutes to get through everyone. I am concerned about people wanting to push pause on projects, because as we know, everything gets more expensive in the future. So those are things that we need to think about as we go through. The Zero Carbon team has apparently about 5 or 6 people, and I feel for those people getting singled out in that. That's challenging. And Councillor Lucas felt like I felt when we received a lot of emails over the last little period while we're trying to deal with some other challenges. We welcome ideas, we welcome them through the process. I know that it's hard for councillors coming in the middle of a long-term plan process, because the way that the council works is the long-term plan is set, the annual plan is a variation of that, and that's what we're working through. So I am signalling that the long-term plan is the time for us to have those discussions, to decide what we as a city are going to focus on. I think Councillor Treble said that it's not simple. It is not simple. I wish it was simple. Councillor Walker, you talked about costs growing larger over time and balancing the affordability with moving the city forward. And I think last week we had something about population not growing. How are we going to attract people to come to our city with our amenities if we want our city to grow? Councillor Mayhem, nice summary of the consultation, thank you, about the services that we deliver as well. And Councillor Gary talked about investing in the city while remembering the difficulties for everyone, and that it does come down to our values, and I think that's really important. This is a good reason why a number of us were elected, was around values-based decision-making for all of our community, and the trust that our community have in us to make the right decisions for them with consultation. And thank you, Councillor Lafiso, for talking about the broken system. There has been a lot of feedback to government. around many things, but also around the funding and financing tools for council. If we're looking at our rates rises, we also need to be looking at alternative ways of bringing in money to try and manage our finances, and I'm sure we'll be looking very hard at those. I have run out of time, and because I'm strict on you all, I will be strict on myself as well, and I will put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Gaylor.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye, and sorry.
Carried 10-5.
Thank you, and I will call an adjournment for seconded Councillor Walker for 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 22:11. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. the CEO. Yeah. Just item 7, I'm assuming it's you and Ms. Allen and Mr. McAuliffe to speak to this as well. Page 33. Do you need to open this, or should we just move to questions?
I think that, Ms. Allen, do you have any opening comments, or Mr. McAuliffe?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Just one comment from me is that, we have updated the capital program and it's, 210 million. We still feel that that is overly optimistic for the year. We would be more comfortable if that was around the 200 million, and the reality is that there are timing adjustments and things happen throughout the year, so we have been considering whether we have a timing adjustment built into the budgets. If we've been talking about what that might be, what programs are a little more uncertain than others, and we feel that around the $12 million based on everything being included that's there before you now. And if we were to build that into the budget, it would be non-waters, and that would save interest costs of $255,000 in the 26-27 year. So we assume a half year for interest cost on our new debt.
Can I just have that figure again for the saving the interest cost? Is that if everything was deferred? Sorry, there's
so
quite
just
a number.
if we were slower in our capital program than we've currently budgeted, and we were 12 million under what it currently is at the moment, the interest saving would be 255,000.
The context for that, councillors, you'll remember, some of you, those that were around the table, but when the previous capital budget was adopted, staff were clear that it was at a level that we didn't think we could deliver. But for a variety of reasons, all of the projects made it in, and we've been consistently reporting that we would struggle to deliver at the level it was. The most recent forecast we have for April, that then is projecting through the end of the year, suggests we'll get to just under 170 million for the current financial year, with us having spent about $18 million in the most recent month, which is an extraordinary amount of CapEx in a single month. That's the highest amount we've spent in a month, I think, isn't it, Carolyn, for a while? Yeah.
Yes, it's our highest in this financial year.
So at that level, and taking seasonality into account and timing, anything in excess of 200 is highly unlikely to be delivered. But choosing which projects to take in and out is a bit of a guessing game. That's why we're suggesting essentially a savings line, or
just a timing adjustment, yes, and it would show as a savings line.
A timing adjustment that would be applied across the program and then reported against in our monthly reporting.
Can I just ask a question about, it looks like we'll have achieved 170 million of the capital project. What percent of that is, I'm just trying to remember what our target was of capital projects this year.
Was it 230, Carolyn? Yeah. But that was always optimistic.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's that would be 74%.
So, yeah, it's just a rule of thumb kind of thing, is that we understand about timing, etc. Questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I have two questions, and one is a follow-on question from that. So I noted that for some of the capital projects this year that are delayed is because they weren't consented or ready to go, early on, or when we hit 1 July. So in terms of what's in our capital program, are there projects that we know that's going to take quite some time, to get the consents in place? And let me just off the top of my head, think of Mosgiel Park and Ride. They've only just started work on that because we were waiting on consents and whatever. So are there other projects that possibly could fall into that category that we already know there's going to be an issue? because we haven't even started that process.
Some of that, yes, answer to your question, and some of that we've tried to reflect in these updates that we've already made. The reality is that there'll be other things that occur in a program of this size.
For example, and using this, and maybe it's not the best one, but the Peninsula Connection project, we've split the spending in that because we know we can't deliver all of the money, all of the work in a single year. So the funding of 3 and 3 is split over 2 financial years because that reflects what we can deliver when.
And if I have a follow-up question, and this is on timing, and it's on page 35, paragraph 18A, and maybe Ms Nielsen might want to answer this, where there's been a reduction in the Edgar Centre roof replacement of $1 million, and part of that is due to updated cost assumptions and timing of delivery. Now, I know our community are really concerned about timing of delivery, and I mean, I hear from Ms Allen, I mean, that's, you know, from our budgeting if there's an issue with timing of delivery, but in terms of actual construction of the roof, maybe you could talk to that to make sure that our users are not going to be severely compromised.
The main reason for the reduction, or the main driver, if you like, is our anticipated costs. So when we set the budget, we set it quite conservatively. We're now coming to the end of our options development, which we'll bring back to Council in the next couple of months. And we know at this point that it's going to cost less than what we'd forecasted, so that's the main driver. And we will absolutely be working with user groups to time the delivery of the roof replacement. It would obviously go faster if we could vacate the facility, but we don't want to do that to the community, so we'll work in a live environment under a staged program.
I've got Councillors Walker, Treadwell, Chambers and on. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Sophie. I'm still trying to construct my question here, and it might be for Ms Benson actually, and it's concerning paragraphs 33 to 37 around the shaping future Dunedin transport stuff there. So just probably a 3-part question. Deferral is a worrying word for me. It's just some assurance that this is just deferral and there's plans afoot. More importantly, though, how will this deferral sit in terms of the RLTP and, of course, the co-funding? And final question is, and I think the Deputy Mayor mentioned the Mosgiel Park and Ride, and I may be wrong here, but my understanding back in the days when we came up with this project that the Park and Ride was interconnected in many ways with the bus priority Princess Street stuff, because the whole point was to make that journey quicker. So is doing one without the other problematic in any way?
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll answer your first question first. So co-funding is never a guaranteed thing, but I would say of the harbour arterial that it aligns very well with the government policy statement on land transport, the current one. So therefore I would say that it's likely to be looked on favourably for carrying the funding over. The second point I would say about Princess Street is that it's already been through the business case process, so therefore there's an element of the co-funding locked in, and it has a fairly high benefit cost ratio. So I'd say there's relatively, as much as I can say, low risk in terms of losing the co-funding on either of those two projects. In terms of the Shaping Future Dunedin transport programs, they were set up to achieve an outcome as opposed to having a network connectivity. So the outcome was to support the building of the new Dunedin Hospital while providing transport options for the residents of Dunedin to be able to move around. And that was the outcome, rather than them being actually connected from a network perspective. Obviously, something like the harbour arterial stages 1, 2, 3 are all network connections, but the connection at Shaping Future Dunedin Transport was in terms of the outcome for the city.
I'll look at this way. I'm not turning my back to you. So in terms of my question around the interconnectedness between the Mosgiel Park and Ride and the priority bus lane, I'm not imagining that, am I?
no, I'm sorry, I was talking about the whole of the portfolio. So yes, there is a connection between the Mosgiel Park and Ride and the Princes Street bus priority project, because we all know that there's a large number of buses that come along the Princes Street corridor. So the idea being that folk that were getting on the bus in Mosgiel are coming through a much more streamlined network through Princes Street for buses, yes.
Sorry, I'm taking a bit of latitude here. So my general concern is we don't want to build the park and ride and have it failing because of our inability to have a part of the jigsaw puzzle not there. So is there, yeah. So I'm just putting that out there, that's a potential risk. Doesn't need an answer.
I'll just ask a follow-on question from that around if we were to defer the Princes Street bus priority and the Harbour Arterial Efficiency Improvement Project, by deferring them, would it relate to increased capital costs when, if we were to do them in a year's or 2 years' time, would those prices have gone up?
I don't think, Mayor Sophie, that would be significant, no. In terms of increased, I think you're talking about increased maintenance costs associated.
No, I'm talking about the increased capital cost of doing the project, given fuel costs, bitumen, etc., going up. I know that you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm asking for a professional opinion on whether if we were to rescope the project again or reprice the project, would it have gone up in 1 year's or 2 years' time?
So I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did sometimes, but I would have to say that I think probably what we haven't seen yet are increased prices on products. We're seeing increased prices on fuel. We'll see some increased prices on products, of which bitumen is one of them. So. There is definitely a risk around there being an increased cost later on. But
thank you, Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā koutou. I have a question around the waste minimisation changes to the waste minimisation program, basically. So a pretty hefty chunk of deferrals are from the Waste Futures program. And apologies if this has already been presented to council, but I'm wondering how much things are being delayed for the ground preloading requirements. Do we know sort of what year that's been pushed out to?
I'll take that one. Thanks, Councillor. We were required to preload that land until the end of June at a minimum. If it's shown that there's continuing differential settlement, we'll have to carry that on until it stops, which could be a month, which could be a couple of months. But at the moment, it's I understand it's not showing a lot of movement, but it's to June at the minimum. So that's pushed everything out. We can't do detailed design on a final building until we know what the story is with that, and therefore we can't do the detailed design of equipment to go inside buildings until we know what the shape and location of the building is. So it's meant a flow-on effect, and that's what you're seeing in front of you, is that phasing of that out to further out.
Awesome, thank you, Mr. McLean. Can't build on shaky ground. Just a follow-up to that, which is a couple of line items refer to things being rephased due to construction delays, like the construction and demolition facility. Is that also including, are those construction delays also related to the ground preloading?
Yes, that's all of that is interconnected.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'll just follow up on the waste, because I did have a question around that. So we've got a couple of things, the second rummage store and the community recycling centres, which have been deferred to the 10-year plan. Does that mean there's a report coming around those to the 10-year plan, does it?
It does.
Okay, thank you. That was a quick question. Councillor Chambers.
Two questions. Firstly, with regard to page 37, the Peninsula Connection and the boardwalk. Now, the Peninsula Connection, I think, is that 8 million project to do that work, improving the road around Otakau, which includes the cycleway, which has been many, many years in the planning. And my understanding from here, I think, is it looks like it's probably the same construction team or company that are doing the boardwalk as well. And that the plan is to finish the boardwalk, which is going to cost an additional $1.3 million and $50. But then that will mean that the actual Peninsula Connection section will not be able to be finished within the year, and only $3 million of the work will be done. But I assume once they start it, they'll have to finish it. So that inevitably means that the $5 million will be spent in the following year. Am I correct in that understanding?
Thanks, Councillor. I'll take that. No, that's not quite correct. The boardwalk finishes in Portobello, and it's the section that's it's essentially the rest of that is complete, but the boardwalk is about to be constructed, so that they're in the final throes of agreeing the contract for that. So it may or may not be the same company, but the remainder, which is the Peninsula Connection, the $8 million, that refers to a section much further down the road, Fisheries Wharf, I think they call that. So that has not yet gone to market. So it could be a completely different thing, completely different construction company that gets that. But geographically, they're quite far apart.
Yes, I knew that. Yeah, but as I say, once it's started, it will be finished. That Peninsula Connection.
Apologies. Yes. So the
follow-up question to that.
No, no, it doesn't work like that. You're on the list.
Okay.
So I misunderstood your question. So the Peninsula Connection, as the Chief pointed out, we don't believe we can deliver that Fisheries Wharf construction all next financial year. So it's been phased out. So yes, once they start it, that will continue in the following financial year. Yes.
Out to on page 38, the waste, the community recycling centres. Just with regard to submission later on in the day from the Waikouata Coast Board to try and get a building for their recycling hub, which table would that come under? Would that come under community recycling centre or community recycling hub?
I believe that will be under amenity request. Yeah. No, that's something different. This capital refers to more of a centralised one we deferred it to the 10-year plan because it has quite a large operating budget associated with it. So we thought it best to be considered as part of the wider 10-year plan.
Yeah, but the actual service does exist. Is it a hub or is it a community? What is it called?
If you're referring to the Waikouata one, the One Coast, yeah, that's a community. Yes, it's called One Coast, and that exists. It's at the.
Is your question, Councillor, if I might, where would you see the funding for that?
Yep. In the grants, yeah.
So I think it's probably in the grants section.
Sorry. CapEx is sort of. I'll just follow up because I think there might be a bit of a misunderstanding about the Peninsula Connection boardwalk. So the total budget in the LTP for that was $3,500 million. Sorry, if only. Gosh, I forgot to put the extra zeros on. And I'm just seeing in here that the revised budget is $3,350,000. So is that because $150,000 of pre-work's been done? I'm just questioning what is that about timing, because there would have been money previously in maybe last year's budget and the work wasn't done. So it's still $3.5 million.
We do have some revised costs, Mayor Sophie, on the boardwalk.
Is that because it costs more?
No,
or
less.
Less, yes. Excellent. Thank you. Good to have that clarity. Right, I've got councillors Ong, Gaylor, Lund, Vandervis, Gary, Sims. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have 3 questions. The first question is on the waste minimisation, and I see we have the largest change in budget, and I think that's good. Now, my question is, when we think about whether this is kicking the can down the road or it's very much a guessing game, I think it could be a guessing game in that we need to understand with the council's amalgamation that is being considered, is there going to be a shared regional waste minimization policy with that amalgamation to come, and then possibly shared common regional waste management facilities, that is also going to impact the decision we may have on Smooth Hill as well. So I would say in this case here, have you accounted for that question that has been put forth to us or will otherwise be answered for us by our Crown?
Thanks, Councillor. I'll attempt to answer that. So first of all, we have a regional waste officer, which is shared, cost share between all of the councils in Otago. So that's that works on regional approaches to waste management. The amalgamation questions are probably best discussed at a political level, and Mayor Sophie mentioned that the Mayoral Forum has agreed to work collectively on that. So I think it's too premature to say what policies might fall out of any amalgamation in the future.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to my second question. My second question is on the creative and cultural vibrancy. There has been a budget reduction, and this looks to me just like creative accounting because it states that capital expenditure has a classification change to operational expenditure. I would say if we're looking at creative accounting, then let's look at...
Just one moment. I think that you need to understand what the difference is between capital and operational expenditure.
I fully understand.
No, I'll just get this. Would you like to explain why that's changed, please? Because I think because it's now e-books rather than actually books, isn't it?
I'm going to go straight to my question then, no need to explain. My question is, can we look at a creative reallocation then, because we have a budget for creative and cultural vibrancy that overlaps with our enterprise Dunedin, which has more than $11 million in budget. Can we look at a creative allocation to take out from enterprise Dunedin's budget and say that's going to provide for this budget here under creative and cultural vibrancy?
Mayor Sophie, if I could just respond, it isn't creative accounting, it is a correction that the expenditure incurred was being treated as capital expenditure, but in fact it's operational expenditure, so we've just reflected that.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor. Oh, I thought that was your third question. Oh, okay.
My third question is, we have public expenditure here that states out fleet EV charging infrastructure, and okay, it's a small amount of the budget, but my broader question here is, can this infrastructure be provided by the private businesses that are selling EVs so that it can offset the public expenditure for EV infrastructure? Can we seek this out from private businesses that sell EVs?
Don't respond, no.
If I'm going to...
Staff are unable to answer that. Right, move Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. So my question is page 48 of the estimates for capital expenditure under new capital. We've got other stormwater renewals, we've got other wastewater renewals and other water renewals with significant sums attached next to them. But no real explanation, and again this might be a 101 question, but could someone please broadly summarise what those three are made up of, please?
Thank you, Councillor Gaylor. May bring in my colleague, Mr McAndrew, as necessary. Broadly, that's what Ms Allen and Mr McAuliffe were talking about in terms of the backlog of depreciated assets that need to be progressively renewed over time. It's such a large amount to describe in a table, so that's why they're described as other, but it's essentially the work right across the region in those three categories of water, wastewater and stormwater, and that's why we've been delivering them as a programme of work across all of those areas, is the simple explanation. We drill down into particular signature work, as we've noted in the table, where it's appropriate to do so, particular project or a particular community, a particular area where we're focusing on, but it is a catch-all for all of the work that we need to do right across the city and the region.
Broadly, can you say which areas to benefit the most from that work, please?
If I may, I'd answer this as all areas will benefit. It's a function of the age of the assets, what needs to be replaced, and the condition and performance. So there isn't one area benefits more than another. Everything's treated fairly and equal-handedly. It's just a function of what needs to be replaced at a particular point in time, which is why it's a multi-year, multi-decade programme.
Could you just give me an example, perhaps one large piece of expenditure in those categories, please?
Off the top of my head, so a year or so ago, we focused on Sawyers Bay. So did a significant amount of work across all three waters in Sawyers Bay. So that particular community had that attention at that moment in time. And then we'll move through. It's Pine Hill, it's Kaikorai Valley, Mosgill, and so on. So there's the steady progression right across the region.
Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
Several questions. I'll try and keep them brief. Mr. McLean, I understand the boardwalk budget overrun was signalled to the previous council. Can you give me how much the bids came in at over budget?
Thanks, Councillor. So there's been no budget overrun. The budget's always been that. We're not in a position to confirm what the bid is, but it's less than budgeted. So certainly been no overrun.
It's just that it went from 2 to 3.35.
As previously discussed, when it last came up, it's the phasing of it from 1 year to the next, so across the 2 years.
Understood. The question for Ms Nielsen, we've reduced the seismic work component for the municipal chambers from 5 to 2.5 million at page 35. Can you just confirm what amount we have in the long-term plan? And it's known now that we have reports where we have to spend a very large amount of money on the municipal chambers, but is the money in the long-term plan sufficient just to secure the facades facing the octagon?
So the money that's in your draft capital now that we originally had flagged is 5 million, because we believe we can remedy the Town Hall Glenroy end of the property for 5 million. We've rephased that over 2 years. We're definitely under speed and under urgency to get as much physical work done as possible, but the reality is it will go over the 2 financial years. In terms of the long-term plan, we do not have funds in the long-term plan yet to do the seismic remediation of the municipal chambers, and that will come as an option to council as part of long-term plan.
So we know that the 5 million isn't going to be enough at the present time, not even for securing the facades.
We believe 5 million will be enough for the Town Hall in Glenroy. It will not be enough to meet the needs of municipal chambers.
In terms of the Green Island wastewater that other councillors mentioned, Mr McLean, I see we have a budget increase for the organics facility, and it's due to the same ground conditions. So is that 1.7 million, is that an increase to be because of a scope of the foundation work?
Sorry, Councillor, which page are you on?
Page 48. It's noted in the report that there's ground conditions affected the organics facility as well as the materials recovery facility, and there's an increase in budget of nearly 1.7 million.
That's just a rephasing and a deferral of the work because of the delay of the preloading.
And one last question for Ms Nielsen, going in the other direction. The Regent Theatre had capex of $460,000, which has now disappeared. Can you give us some guidance on that, please?
Sure, that was part of the LIF renewals program, which excuse me, we've reordered and rephased or reprioritised that program, starting with the Great King Street car park first, and as part of the long-term plan, we will reorder all of our lifts. Sorry.
So that $500,000 for the region was purely for the lift. There's only one lift in the region? Right, very small lift.
It's still a complicated lift.
And lastly, the lighting to Toitu, there's an element of $500,000 for a decarbonise and renew energy systems. Is that because is the system actually at the end of its life, or is that a carbon zero initiative?
That's primarily driven by the energy system needs a renewal. It's sensible for us to look at alternative energy sources, which is what that piece of work is working on at the moment. And again, we'll come to Council with an update as part of long-term plan of how we propose renewing that system and changing the energy source.
Councillor Vandervis, and then Councillor Gary, then Sims.
On page 37, under transport, we have a Crown Resilience program, which I understand to be an arrangement with NZTA, who have nationwide 353 million available for these kind of programs, and that it's a higher co-funding rate for targeted proactive roading and infrastructure improvements. I see that it's planned to go up to $1 million in the revised budget. How much co-funding do we get at this higher co-funding rate, and what would the proactive targeted roading infrastructure improvements be?
Thanks, Councillor Vandervis. So the funding assistance rate from NZTA is about 71%, and the targeted improvements that we currently have in the plan are around Torrey-Mouth Road, where there is erosion between the coast and the road. So they are currently being planned up and scoped.
That sounds excellent. I'm delighted to see NZTA paying more than 50% for something. Well done. Is that funding confirmed, and is the $1 million that we have here on our list, is that the total, or is that our 29% contribution?
So that will be the total. We always talk in whole numbers because otherwise it becomes too complicated with different FAR rates. And that will be committed for the next financial year, which is the last year of the Regional Land Transport Plan. And depending on what the government policy statement says on land transport, one might reasonably assume that funding for resilience will continue, hopefully.
Great. So it is confirmed that Torrey-Mouth are going to get $1 million spent on the erosion issue up the road, and we're only going to pay less than a third of it. Thank you for that.
I've got Councillor Gary and then Sims and Gaylor. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So 2 questions, page 38, just looping back to a comment that Councillor Lucas made around timing and delays and so forth. Can you confirm, Ms Benson, that stage 1 of the Peninsula Connection, which is the first line on that page 38 of the 2, that it is consented and designed?
Stage 1, Councillor Gary, being Fisherman's Wharf.
Yes, the Otako bus stop or Allison's Road to Fisheries Corner. That is correct. So in terms of timing, consented and design. And my second question is probably for the Chief Executive, potentially. Has there been a conversation in the spirit of Te Pai Māori? Has there been a conversation with Mana Whenua about the slight difference, the proposal for the slight difference in timing, because we all remember how important the timing was to Mana Whenua when they submitted for the long-term plan?
I haven't had a conversation about timing of the project. My understanding from Mana Whenua, though, the last time I had a chat with them was it was about getting the project done. was the critical thing for them.
I would agree, but there was a quite an emphasis on timing, if you recall, in those submissions. Yeah. Thank you. But no conversation.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Barker, and I suspect I'm sort of trying to set a conversation up for later in the year, but I think to Mr McLean, looking at page 36, Moana Pool renewals, is there some anxiety that we're starting to chase our tail with Moana Pool and that the cost of maintaining an ageing facility may well be soon to exceed the cost of perhaps replacing that facility? And sorry, just to, I note the sort of the quantum of the money that's being spent at Moana Pool, noting that Tapuna as a community facility in Mosgiel was delivered, I think, for 24 million in total. We seem to be now spending very, very large quantums at Moana Pool and potentially chasing our tail.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll attempt to answer that. I intend on bringing a report back for Council to consider either later this calendar year or well, it certainly will be in time for the 10-year plan, on options for Moana Pool or for the pool. Regardless of the future of it, to keep the facility open, we need to spend the money, and we've been quite careful with doing what's required to keep that facility open. If Council decided to, just hypothetically, to build a new facility elsewhere, and they decided that today, it would probably be between 7 and 10 years before that was open. So we are, the money we're investing is literally to keep that facility operational. And in comparison to Tapuna, it's a much larger scale. It's a 50-metre pool with diving pools and that sort of thing. So it is quite a different facility. But yeah, I'll be bringing something back to Council to consider.
Just to add that, and part of that consideration will be the shape of the aquatic network and how Council wants to deliver aquatic services to the community, and whether you want a McDaddy kind of pool or whether you want a range of Tapunas, for example. So it's a big conversation that will need to be had.
So that was my follow-up question, was is there a world where 3 community pools beats 1 McDaddy pool?
And that, Council, will be the nub of the conversation you will have to have as a governance group and that you'll have to have with your community, and I can imagine that will certainly be of great interest.
Yeah, noting the extreme success of Tapuna as a community pool as well, I think, which would be a good pointer.
I'll send you, just for your information, the community consultation that happened when Moana Pool was built. And you'll be, you'll get a flavour of what to expect.
Councillor Gaylor, then Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just following on from that Moana Pool question, would you be looking at how other ageing pools in New Zealand continue to maintain themselves as part of your report later on?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, the team are constantly in contact with their colleagues across the country, sharing ideas. Moana Pool is unique. It's the pool is built on the first floor, which is pretty unique in anywhere really, and it proves extremely challenging. You don't build Olympic-sized swimming pools on the first floor of a building, but we did back in the day. So that throws up a whole lot of challenges and future development opportunities.
Beautiful looking pool though, isn't it? And my other question is about the municipal chambers. Just wondering about the rephasing and whether or not you have any indication of the time that it will take to complete the seismic strengthening of the area fronting the octagon, and also as well, why are we in no rush? Is there no use for the building at the moment?
I would say that I disagree with the statement that there's no rush. It is a planned activity and it is complex. The rephasing of the work for the Town Hall Glenroy end of it was simply as our knowledge is growing of the work that's required, we sensibly rephased it to what we think is reasonable. We don't have a detailed design for that end yet, it's underway at the moment. Municipal chambers is considerably more complex as a building in terms of its construction, and we're working on strengthening options at the moment, which will come to Council for consideration.
I'll add, it's also considerably more than the budget we have, so it does need to come to Council in the round for you to consider how you want to proceed when you weigh up all the other things that you'll be considering in your 10-year plan.
Thank you. And another question about South Dunedin and the infrastructure that's proposed there. I just wouldn't mind knowing what is the difference between flood alleviation and South Dunedin short-term options, and also whether or not the staff are actually happy that these will work.
So I'm not quite sure. Your first part of the question?
Just there's two line items there. There's one is flood alleviation, and that's 250,000. I'm just wondering what that is for. And also South Dunedin short-term options is 1 million. I'm assuming that that's the three options that have been put previously.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. The $1 million is the additional money that was added January 25 for the three short-term options, and the other line is the three what was input to the strategic work for South Dunedin Futures.
And has that $250,000, and when's that planning to be spent? Before the end of the calendar year or next year? Probably a stupid question, but yeah.
We are in the equivalent line in this current financial year budget. We're currently over budget on that line. We're ahead of schedule, and we're expecting we'd spend the allocation in 26-27 to budget currently.
So is the design work complete for those three alleviations?
I'll jump in if I may. I did circulate a note earlier this morning. You may not have been able to read that yet. The design work for the first portion of work is advanced, almost completed, to the point where construction is ready to commence. For the other two items, design work is still proceeding, and we are seeing some challenges in terms of the constructability.
Would there be the ability to pause on that work while we look at the OPIS recommendations?
If I may, please, they did drop out of the OPIS recommendations. There was a long suite of individual items that had to be read all cumulatively as well, so they did drop out of that report.
And I'd say two things. Just we do have a draft resolution that's been put forward around that program of work that we're working on. And the other thing is just with the microphones, apart from the mayors, if people are talking, you don't push the button until someone's finished talking because it automatically cuts off. Yeah, that's right. It's just a reminder to everyone, it's easy to forget.
Councillor Walker.
Yes, the years of training, we need to work these things out. It's a generic question that sprung out of Councillor Sims's question around Moana Pool, and maybe it's for you, Mr McLean. As a council and a provider of multiple community services, are we not always in the situation where we have that quandary between, and I can think of multiple examples, Moana Pool being one, where we have the balancing act between spending to maintain against spending, obviously, to invest capital in perhaps something new. That's an ongoing challenge, I suspect, isn't it, for you in all departments?
Yeah, yes it is. Yep.
Just want to focus on the recommendation around that we note the capital expenditure update, but that we're considering the option relating to the deferral of the Princes Street bus priority and corridor safety plan and or the next stage of the harbour arterial efficiency improvements project. So I think we need to tease that out a little bit because it is a and perhaps an and/or, and I didn't quite catch the understanding. I read an article in a thing called Business South, which is not the Business South of the Ex-Chamber of Commerce, but it was particularly about the Harbour Arterial Efficiency Improvement Program, and it was about the stage that's being done down Strathallan Street at the moment. But what I do need to understand is how it all works together. So if we defer a stage of the harbour arterial program, are we not actually achieving what we need to achieve with the program and the impacts of that?
Thanks, Mayor Sophie. So the stages 1, we didn't do the harbour arterial in sequential stages. So forgive me for going out of order on numbers, but stages 1 and 3 were essentially the 2 stages that were most important in the harbour arterial. So that was putting some traffic lights at Kitchener Street, and then also creating more capacity on Strathallan Street for heavy vehicles to turn left onto Paul Smith Drive. So they alone would probably be the 2 major contributors to the overall efficiency of the harbour arterial. The stage 2, I think if my memory serves me correctly, which is along Thomas Burns there, had less of a network impact, and then stage 4 was always up in the air because it involved a connection to the state highway, and it essentially involved having to look at the Ward Street overbridge, and that's a lot of money right there. So stage 4 became the part of the harbour arterial that we couldn't solve because of the funding element between ourselves and NZTA. So I think you will still see the benefits from stages 1 and 3 without realising stage 2 at this stage. And then, hopefully in the future, somewhere further down the line, a connection to the state highway that looks maybe something different to the current Ward Street overbridge will take place. But it definitely is not in our or NZTA's plans in the future. So I think, sorry, I might summarise that. I would say that definitely the Kitchener Street and the Strathallan Street parts of the harbour arterial are the 2 parts of the project that will deliver the most benefit.
Okay, because I was just reading in the disadvantages about a deferral prolongs reliance on central city streets for freight and through traffic movements, and that's my concern is, I guess, heavy traffic on those routes and the impact that it has on the city, the new hospital, etc. Because I understand that project was to take it off. But is there also some challenges about changes in the roads around the hospital, and I know it's all very interconnected, and could that impact? What I'm trying to understand is, if we defer, what are the risks? And there's a clear risk there about central city streets for high traffic. And is that bottleneck that bridge? And if we don't resolve the bridge, we can't resolve the rest?
So I guess from a network perspective, if you don't solve the bridge, you haven't essentially solved the whole of the supply chain. And I would say of the stage of the harbour arterial that is in this paper for deferral, it doesn't add capacity like the Strathallan Street stage of the harbour arterial does. But as you know, any network is only as good as its weakest point. And at the moment, you would argue the weakest point of the harbour arterial is at the bit where it connects into the state highway at the Ward Street overbridge. So I guess what we were trying to do with limited funding and co-funding from NZTA is to create an environment that made it as attractive as possible for heavy vehicles to bypass the centre city and get on to Frederick Street, where the proposal is for that to become the new state highway. And by easing some congestion on Strathallan Street, that will help. But I would say of the one that we're looking, that is the subject of this paper, that has the least material difference to the outcome of the harbour arterial.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Lund, then Councillor Walker.
Can you? I know that there's no design work being done, Ms. Benson, but can just for council's benefit give us an indicative scale of the scope of the bridge? Is it $50 million? And you've said that transit, it's not in there, obviously a road of national or regional significance. So I know it's an open-ended question, but timeframes. When do you think? Are you planning for a decade from now?
That's a very hard question. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think that I think 50 million would make it myself. You're on some fairly interesting ground conditions in that location. And I would have thought strategically you'd probably want to look at not just making a network connection to the state highway, but the best network connection to the state highway. But in terms of timeframes, I just don't know, sorry.
But it's likely to be many years.
Oh, and can I just, when the traffic around the hospital still hasn't been resolved, would that be correct? I mean, just remember seeing different options around it, so I'm just understanding if they've got to a point of resolution yet.
Yep, so NZTA are working on a proposal that essentially shifts St Andrews Street as being the state highway connection to the one-way pairs, if you like, over to Frederick Street, and that will be the connection into the state highway out of town. They're still working through that proposal, and I think they came to council, I can't remember how long ago it was, I think it would have been within the last year, with the proposal to not have that right-hand turn onto the state highway there at St Andrews Street. So that's still in play, and I would imagine that that would be completed probably within 18 months, maybe 24 months.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, again, thank you. I think I have a question and a request actually of Ms. Benson. The question is, in terms, if I'm reading this correctly, this is for you guys. In terms of the 49k here that's indicated, is that already built into the 8.8%, or is it assumed it's not in there? And it says the rates reduction would be 49k. So is it already in or not in?
It's already in the budgets. If you were to take it out, then that money would then come out. Yep.
Okay. Am I right in thinking? Sorry, my maths in my head is 49 is 1/34 of a percent. Is that about right? It's 1.7 million for a percent. It's about 1/34. Is a rough estimate.
Yes, thereabouts.
And thank you. My question for Ms. Benson is sorry. My question for Ms. Benson is, and I'm asking this because I'm on the same page here with my same questions as the Mayor about the concern of how this emanated around the hospital. Can you, and I've been asked by, we have 7 new councillors, and I've been asked by at least 3 of them in the last 2 weeks why we need a harbour arterial. Sorry, one of them's just left the room. So can you just in a few sentences give us a very quick resume of why we need this? Yes, exactly. In very simple, in Councillor Gaylor's terms, a 101.
So the harbour arterial was set up to essentially try and encourage heavy vehicles from using the state highway through town, noting that we were going to build the new Dunedin Hospital in the middle of town. And the idea being that the vehicles would come along Strathallan Street. Well, to be fair, a lot of them are starting in Strathallan Street, and then along Thomas Burns, and then out over the Ward Street overbridge, thus avoiding the CBD. A lot of the heavy vehicles go that way anyway, because all the logging trucks have to go to Ward Street to get graded before they carry on down to Port of Otago. a lot of the Port of Otago vehicles will go that way anyway, because then they can just go on Anzac Ave and straight down to Port of Otago. So I guess it was probably trying to encourage those vehicles that might have been heading north directly to scoot round the back of town and join up with the state highway at a later stage. So that was the intention, and the idea being to try and keep heavy vehicles away from the frontages of the hospital. So that the environment around the hospital was a bit quieter, and that people weren't contending with a lot of heavy vehicles going past all the time. Is that?
That's brilliant. It was more than two sentences, but was spot on. And Councillor Hall can look at the recording to get an update of that information. My final question is: if we were to move with option 2 here, I presume we have the capacity to do this work?
Yes, yep.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, just carry on from that. Just a simple description of what the next stage would be. The next stage.
Sorry, repeat that for me, Councillor. So the stage of the harbour arterial that is the subject of this paper is just some minor modifications along the road, Thomas Burns Road area, beside where the car park is, where everyone does freedom camping, and it's just some minor modifications around there to kind of streamline traffic. But as I say, it's not in terms of its impact against the other 2 stages. It's the other 2 stages are more important, the one that we've done and the one that we're doing.
Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And the increase in the budget here, we can consider as being largely filling in a gap or providing an addition on funding that we could obtain from Crown and Crown agencies. So in the context of the amalgamation that has been put forth to us, can we not say that we will have greater Crown involvement when the regional amalgamation takes place? And in this annual plan now, we should have more Crown funding to offset what is being put forth to our ratepayers as an increase in the annual budget. So,
sorry, at this stage it's preemptive to suggest there's any amalgamations in train. At this stage we're still in a process considering options, and before that's done, the government has considered and passed any necessary legislation. We have to proceed on the financial parameters that we currently know.
yes, and in this case we can put forth, because it's been put forth to us, we will put it forward on what we feel, and then we will say, okay, can we have more funding from the Crown, because we're going to put forward, there will be, in our opinions, an amalgamation.
No. Right, I just want to tease out some more of the options 1 and 2 that have been put forward, and I was just looking at option 2, which Councillor Walker brought up about the disadvantages there, and it just talks about limits council ability to respond to cost escalation and wider construction market pressures before tender commitments are made. So does that relate back to my first question about if we delay, costs will probably go up? Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any more questions? Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, just around advantages here to the first option. It says here, provides additional time to refine project scope, staging and integration with wider network planning, particularly for the harbour arterial. Has that not been completed? Is that not thorough at this point?
Sorry, Councillor, if you might repeat the question for me.
Just around that bullet point under advantages of pursuing option 1, the last bullet point there on page 40 talks about, the advantages are providing extra time for project to redefine, refine project scope, staging and integration with wider network planning, particularly for the harbour arterial. I just want to know what you think needs to be done in order to refine that.
So the first things first is that we don't have a developed design for that part of the harbour arterial, notwithstanding, that can be done. I guess further integration with the network overall probably needs to be seen. There's a very moving freight footprint in the Otago Southland area, and where it goes to and where it gets handled, that is emerging and changing. And so I guess probably that comment was around the opportunity to let us look at that a little bit further.
Councillor Vandervis.
Would the major proposals for inland ports and the subsequent change from trucking to rail, especially for the Milton area inland port that Calder Stewart have, will that have a significant change to how goods get to the port, and therefore another good reason to delay and see how demand for the road as opposed to rail pans out?
So we don't know that, Councillor Vandervis, yet, but my point about the changing environment for freight would be a good opportunity to see where that is going to go, yes.
So if there's no more questions, Councillor Walker has indicated that he wishes to move something. Option 2. So you're happy to move. Thank you. We also need to do the notes, the capital expenditure update approves the proposed change. We've got that in. Put it on one page.
I might, Mayor Sophie, we do have a number of draft motions that various councillors have been getting advice on that will affect the capital program. So if we could just have 5 minutes so I can work out.
I'll move that we're adjourned for 5 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
Peninsula Connection, Toitu decarbonisation, that's them, isn't it, Lynn? And then, depending where you land, the executive may then need a 5-minute adjournment so we can consider whether or not we still need to look at adding in the timing adjustment that we talked about. Because if you've removed cost from the budget by the decisions you take, then we may not need that timing adjustment. If you haven't, then we've got a resolution that will need to be moved as part of that to include the $12 million timing adjustment that the CFO talked about. So I'm happy to answer any process questions before we crack on.
Does anyone have any process questions? Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, of course, later on in the afternoon we can discuss the submissions that were made last.
And so, and to the point around the McMaster Road, I know is an item that we've got some work on. If council were to decide to sell that, then we can revisit the level of what that would mean for this budget. My advice to Councillor Chambers is that the best time to do that is at the amenity, when we're looking at the submissions.
Councillor Gaylor.
Can I just ask, for each of these motions, can we also ask questions of staff?
You can ask very brief questions because we've largely answered them. So there'll be, I would suggest, only if it's a point of clarification.
Should we do A first, then B? Would it be?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will. Oh no, you've moved option A. Sorry, Steve. I've seconded it. Do you want to speak to it, or should we just? Okay. So all those in favour of noting the capital expenditure update, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Now we'll move to B. Yeah, go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll speak to why I've moved option 2. I've moved option 2 because I believe delaying these parts of the project would leave perhaps significant safety and accessibility issues unresolved for more years to come. And we have waited. We have this Shaping to Future Dunedin Transport group of projects has been around for a long time. And I also think it'll be holding back much needed improvements in the wider transport network. Without these particular upgrades, heavy vehicles and non-local traffic are likely to continue using or relying on inner city streets as key travel routes, resulting in ongoing congestion at peak times and perhaps with the hospital build an exacerbated problem through the city. Also increased safety risks and that comes of course with negative impacts on the surrounding community. I remember when I moved here and first went for coffee down on went for something on the one way with my wife, we were absolutely perplexed that we were in the middle of a city as we saw cattle trucks rolling past, stopped to the traffic lights, and it still perplexes me to this day. There's also considerable concern for me that postponing the project would create a little bit of uncertainty around whether the later stages will proceed at all. As it would need to compete, potentially compete again for support and funding through the RLTP and NLTP processes. And in particular, delaying the harbour arterial could place existing NZTA financial commitments at risk, given that current funding certainty only extends through to 2026-27. So any postponement may leave the projects exposed to ever-shifting priorities and future funding decisions, which are always uncertain anyway. The Princess Street project appears especially vulnerable to me in this context, but also, and I mentioned, I sort of alluded to this in my question time, it's always been a critical part of another of the elements of the transport programme, and that's the Mosgiel Park and Ride work, which is being built as we speak. And the whole point of the Park and Ride is to offer a reliable, quicker and cheaper and more efficient alternative to current congestion at peak times. And don't underestimate, for those people who live there or visit Mosgiel, at those peak times there is true and real congestion, and that's only going to grow because it's the fastest growing part of our city. So without that Princess Street priority bus corridor, in essence you're removing a significant element in offering a viable and better transport alternative that is the Park and Ride option from Mosgiel. And again, it was in my questions just to get clarification. Approving this has no impact on debt and rates because it's already in the budget, of course. And if we did remove it, we will only save 1/34 of 1% on rates. So in conclusion, I've moved this because proceeding with these projects will continue delivering important improvements in transport safety, accessibility and network efficiency while maintaining, of course, progress on the initiatives that we've already included in existing planning and funding programs. And it also helps preserve, I'll just say this again, helps preserve certainty around current NZTA co-funding commitments within the present RLTP timeframe. And the Princess Street project, as I've mentioned, offers strong value for investment and will improve safety along a busy public transport corridor. And of course, while the harbour arterial is essential for supporting the region's long-term freight movement, which is a little unknown in terms of the inland ports at the moment, and the wider strategic transport network. So I do urge all of you to please support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll support this motion as well. The Shaping Future Dunedin Transport started in 2019 and we're now 7 years later and haven't completed the project, and I think that gives people an idea of just how long these projects take. It was put together because the one-way system in the central city transport network had functioned largely unchanged for around 50 years. However, the city is quite a different city from what it was 50 years ago. The business case was developed by Waka Kotahi NZTA with the council, with the DCC, with the ORC to find the best options for the city, and then the business case was endorsed in late 2021. So we've been doing a lot of work on it for a lot of time. You can see that Princess Street has a strong benefit cost ratio and supports public transport, and when we're looking at what people are moving to away from because of what's happening with fuel costs, it's certainly putting a lot more people on our buses. And the harbour arterial, I asked quite a lot of questions around that about how that was moving the heavy traffic away, and the key purpose of that was to move the heavy traffic off the one-way and away from the hospital. And we know we've got the first bit of the hospital opening in October, which is great, but we've still got the rest of the hospital to come. And so I also asked about the cost escalation. You know, it's about, is it going to cost more in the future? We were also very aware that when we'd have to go through the NZTA process again, which does take a very, very long time. So I support leaving these projects in as they are. I agree with what Councillor Walker has talked about as a certainty of the NZTA funding, the fact that we will have to do these projects anyway to get the heavy traffic off. And I know that traffic is incredibly complex, but there's been a huge amount of work that's already gone into this project. So with that, the next speaker, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. We must accept that this is simply not the right time to commit to these projects. Just because a project carries the word safety in its title does not automatically mean we should continue forward with our spending blinkers on. We all know the current construction and fuel environment remains extremely volatile, and I have serious doubts these projects would ultimately be delivered within the budgets currently being presented to us today. Of course, the supporters of these two projects will argue that the impact on rates is relatively minor and therefore should still proceed. But what cannot be ignored is that the reality is that the additional debt will remain with this city for decades, long after the instant gratification from these projects has been forgotten. That means we must show financial discipline now, today, before the purse strings are tightened beyond our control. The public are already under enormous pressure with household costs, and they expect us to prioritise carefully and separate genuine necessities from projects that can reasonably wait. Delaying these works is not abandoning them forever. It is recognising the financial reality in front of us and acting responsibly in uncertain times. It is not about how quickly we can spend money while we still can. It's about knowing when to pause, reassess, and protect the long-term financial position of our city. For those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Vandervis, Hall and Lund. Councillor Vandervis, and then on.
Councillor Weatherall has made a strong argument that these projects can reasonably wait. I would make what I think is an even stronger argument, that this is $4.7 million that isn't even a nice to have and needs to wait, because in the case of the transport corridor, we don't have a full plan. We don't have any idea of how we're going to deal with the Ward Street overbridge. The arterial route is unplanned any further, it's unbudgeted, and it's unaffordable. So it's not just that we should reasonably wait, it's necessary for us to wait in order to figure out whether the arterial route is going to proceed over Ward Street or somewhere else. It's necessary for us to wait and see what the effect of a large change from truck to rail is going to have on the arterial route because of the inland port development that we know is going ahead now. We need to wait on that in order to get a reasoned approach. Regarding the Mosgiel Park and Ride, we don't need to use the Mosgiel Park and Ride as a reason for putting a bus lane down Princes Street, because buses are not impeded travelling up and down Princes Street as it is. Sure, there will be a few extra buses coming from the Park and Ride. I doubt that apart from a few peak times they'll have hardly anybody in them, but anyway, the Mosgiel experiment, and the Mosgiel Park and Ride is an experiment, we don't have any precedent for any such thing here, is, I believe, also not even in the nice to have area. It's basically a conjecture which may have some effect on reducing some of the transport coming into town, but equally it may not, and it's an awful lot of money to be spending. So on either count, this is $4.7 million that we should not be spending now, that we may never spend when we get the better information on the arterial route, and that we probably won't spend either if we find that the Park and Ride experiment doesn't attract the numbers that people are hoping.
Councillor Hall, then Lund, then Ong, then Sims.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this. I don't think this is about instant gratification. I think this is about improving movement around the city and safety. While I absolutely understand the affordability pressures facing residents, I also think we should be careful not to fall into the trap of endlessly delaying important infrastructure and transport improvements. Projects like this are about safety, efficiency, and long-term planning for the city. Delaying them may reduce the short-term pressures on rates, but it is also about future costs and creating further delays down the track. Today is always the best price we're going to get on these projects. I think staff have already done a significant work reducing the capital program overall, and in case I support maintaining momentum and continuing with these projects as planned. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
There are very powerful and compelling, well, firstly I should say I'm going to confine my remarks to the Harbour Arterial in the interest of time. As we've heard from Councillor Vandervis, there are very, very powerful and compelling reasons to pause this. Ms Benson today has been very candid with us, and I appreciate that, saying that any improvement from stage 4 will simply be minor modifications to streamline traffic, and it's been acknowledged that the weak link, as Councillor Vandervis has pointed out, is the Ward Street overbridge, and that could be $100 million and could be many, many years away. And so it's clear that with the stage that we are completing at the present time, we have achieved the low-hanging fruit, as it were. We've achieved the safety and traffic improvements that we can reasonably expect until this Ward Street connection to State Highway 1 is achieved. Councillor Vandervis has also made the point about the inland port, and that is a very significant reason to see how that plays out before we start. But most of all, Councillor Walker mentioned safety and accessibility as a reason that we should proceed with this. Now, the critical thing is, in terms of that, is that we have a bridge in the long-term plan that's due to be in 2 years' time. That is the bridge from Queen's Gardens to connect to Friart Street. And we talk about not wanting any regrets by, spending money that it may not be of value in places like South Dunedin in the future. Well, why would we want to spend now this money when potentially in 2 years' time, if we go ahead with this bridge, which will solve the cycleway and accessibility problems from the city to the harbour side and the cycle and pedestrian networks, we would potentially be reworking that in literally a matter of months after we've done it. So I think I can understand the impatience from Mayor Barker that it's been 7 years, but South Dunedin Library was 35 years, and when the facts change and the situations change, we have to take a considered view about how we're going to spend public money efficiently. Just to conclude, it's clear that if we continue with the cycleway bridge from Queen's Gardens, there would be a reduction in scope of this, and there would potentially work would be wasted.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to make it clear to all, if it hasn't been clear, the question that's posed to us here from Councillor Walker, and it's about whether we kick something down the road, kick the can down the road beyond the annual plan, or we say it's a guessing game. It's not a guessing game to say that we need institutionalization of our generational institution of DCC, such that there is not the singular concentration of authoritative power in a singular individual. That is going to come forth through the council's amalgamation that has been put forth to us, and we will put forward, otherwise it's really simply outside of our scope to decide. That's going to enable cooperation with our Crown entities for the first time, for what we need in terms of financing for our city. That's going to enable Crown co-funding for this work that needs to be done in a much greater way that's set forth out here right now. Because right here, right now, we're just thinking of ourselves as a singular child, independent of our Crown. That's going to be different in all likelihood with the amalgamation that's going to take place very soon. And beyond that, when you think about what we want, what I personally want for our city council, our staff, I want the job security assured for our council staff. I want the job growth assured for our DCC staff. I want the wage growth assured for our DCC staff. And very simply, if we have more co-funding that's coming from the Crown, simply because we have a greater Crown role in our city, through the amalgamation of councils that's going to come, that's going to ensure we have job security more so for our council staff. We don't have to have those considerations put forth to us, which is to take from one pocket and take it out and put it into another pocket. Now, specific on this as well, it states out there's going to be a reduction of car parks, dozens and dozens of car parks, when our businesses are facing challenging times. We see it straight out at our doorstep right now. And that's despite Enterprise Dunedin, our economic development unit, having a budget of $11 million over dollars. So how can we be taking out car parks that are supporting our businesses when we have a very large and fat budget for our economic development, and it's for that budget to demonstrate the economic results very clearly? This is not something that I'm saying, it's somewhere within the notes what's been put forth to us from Business South to say, please, can we have an economic framework that supports economic investment into our city? Because at the moment now, very factually, we don't have a dollar or a staff in our economic development unit that's dedicated to economic investment into Dunedin City. That's factual. And it's going to take kind of a while before we have that spin-off in place. I think we can be assured it's going to take place maybe 18 months, 24 months from now. We can't wait for these things. So I think if we look at this from the very broad perspective, this is not something right now that we need to be putting forward as a, it's essential, but it's kind of a nice to have as well, to say we can wait for this beyond this current annual plan, because I believe we'll have a lot more to come from what is going to come with our crown, our amalgamation, and to ensure that we have the security we need for our council jobs and our community.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Barker. And I guess I've got a bit of a procedural question here, but I noticed that the staff recommendations were that we could consider the options for the Princess Street bus priority and or the next stage of the harbour arterial efficiency. Councillor Walker's motion has got rid of the or, and that is depriving those of us that might be inclined to support one but not the other from voting in that manner. Was that intended?
My understanding in discussion with Councillor Walker is yes.
I'd then ask if there's any movement on that, and whether you'd be open to an amendment of that, because I am inclined to support one but not the other, and I see the urgency in one, in particularly the harbour arterial efficiency improvements program. I see the urgency of getting rid of the trucks out of the main street of Dunedin as being a part. I mean, this work for the harbour arterial efficiency was in the 2013 integrated transport strategy, so it's been around for a long time. In a time where we shouldn't be spending any money that we do not absolutely need to spend right now, I do not see anything like the same urgency over the Princess Street bus priority. So if I'm forced to choose, I cannot support the motion, but I would actually like to support the harbour arterial efficiency improvements, and I can't do that because of the way this motion's been worded. So is there a...
If I may. So procedurally, with the agreement of the mover and seconder, I think, and I'd have to check whether it...
I've seconded it.
Yeah. If you wanted to split it out, you could split it so that it was a motion written in parts. If you wish to, that would need... just have to check the agreement of the meeting, I think, to do that. Up to the member.
I will move an adjournment for 1 minute. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, that is carried.
And so my advice based on the order is that, so the mover and seconder are happy that the motion be changed and put in parts. And so technically I think it would be better that the meeting agrees to that, because and so I think the Mayor should put to the vote that procedurally you are happy that the motion be changed to one that is expressed in parts, and if the majority of members agree to that, then we would proceed on that basis. Otherwise, we'd need to revert to the original motion as it was originally drafted.
Right, I will put that to the vote.
We're putting the procedural motion that you're happy that the motion be put in parts.
Yeah, is to split it to A and B, and I do have a list of people to speak, and you are there. So I will put the procedural motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. Now I'll move back to the list of speakers, and I have Councillor Mayhem, Chambers and Treadwell. Councillor Mayhem, you are next.
Thank you. So speaking to the Princess Street Bus Priority and Corridor Safety Plan, my colleagues seem to be labelling this all about the buses, but my understanding of the Princess Street upgrades is it's beginning at the Oval, it's providing a new pedestrian crossing with drop curbs for access. The bus pulls up, children, families, people with limited mobility are able to cross the 4 lanes of traffic. There will be a built-out refuge in the centre for pedestrians to pause before they cross over to the Oval for sports and recreation. There'll be a roundabout at that tricky turn, Maitland Street and South Road, because that's a difficult spot to navigate. This has been on the cards since 2021. It's very much about improving accessibility, livability and inclusivity for our city. Not just about buses, it's primarily about safety for everybody in the city. Walkers, bus users, drivers. This has been presented to the Disability Issues Advisory Group and to Access Living Well Group, and that was with an accessibility lens. So a city that's inclusive and accessible and makes it easy for everybody to get around. So I am right behind these safety improvements for Princess Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting option 2 in both its parts, and I think these are important parts of infrastructure which have been planned for some years, and I agree again with Councillor Ong, they're probably both essential and nice to have. I think it all comes down to money in the end. The potential savings from cancelling them in this financial year are very, very small in the budget. However, chances are, if they're deferred for a year or 2 years or whatever, they'll cost much more to build and to achieve, and so therefore, and we'll be in a more difficult financial position, if anything, in the next 1 or 2 years. So I think the time to get this work done is now. I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. If we're to, I want to actually mihi Councillor Van der Vis for his honesty on this one, because if we're couching it in financial terms and we're talking about deferral here, we're deferring into a more constrained fiscal environment where things will be more expensive. So I think what we're discussing here is approval now or reasonable chance of cancellation, and so expressing disapproval for the project I think is a good and honest discussion to have. I really have, for both of these points, I kind of think of Mosgiel and our recent chats with them in the NZTA. Firstly, it's most obvious around the Princess Street bus priority. Without getting that in place, it's just going to hamper the functionality of the park and ride at all, because that's a circuit. And if you slow down buses en route of their circuit, it slows them down at any point. It's not like a bottleneck is limited to one section of a bus network. So I think, again, so referring to the gains to Mosgiel there, I think that's reasonably clear. And with regard to the arterial efficiency, I'm thinking of the struggles that Mosgiel currently has with regard to heavy traffic going through the centre of the city. We have the positive spectre of hospital builds incoming. That's going to increase heavy traffic. We have the potential of the inland port. That's going to increase heavy traffic. And having a city which is shaped to divert that, getting around our...
Point of order. Sorry, 25.2 misrepresentation. Councillor Treadwell has said that the inland port is going to increase heavy traffic. My understanding is that the inland port that I was certainly speaking of is going to transfer a lot of heavy traffic onto rail and therefore reduce heavy traffic demands on the arterial route.
I'll just move an adjournment. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried.
Apologise. In any case, I do think there is sense to be had in reducing heavy traffic coming through the city centre. The cost is already, the rates part of this is already accounted for in the capital budget, and deferring it and losing these improvements would have a pretty negligible effect on that, but they would have a really material impact on the city. So for that reason, I'm forecasting I'll support A and B of this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Garrett. Councillor Ong, I see you have your hand up, but you've spoken on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting both parts of this motion. In regards to the Princess Street bus priority, the fact that it will improve accessibility is a very strong point for me, dealing with the most vulnerable in our community, who often slip to the bottom of the pile in terms of, or the bottom of the queue, in terms of improvements. But it's the element that this features in the park and ride for Mosgiel. We talked the other day a lot about Mosgiel and transport issues. This is but one part of this. It's something we can do. It's something we're planning. It's been, as people have said, on the books since 2021. And these things do take time, there's no doubt. And it would seem to me ridiculous against a backdrop of a fuel crisis that we don't do something that will improve the priority for buses at this time. When it comes to the Harbour Arterial, we're not talking about stage 4 and the Wood Street Bridge. That is not part of this. We're talking about stage 2. And by the way, have you been down Strathallan Street recently, and if you've seen the Orari Street roundabout, they're all parts of the improvement, and great improvements they are. But I want to focus for a moment on someone called Michelle. Michelle was from the United Kingdom. She worked at the Marine Lab in her area of expertise, and she was tragically killed in the city by a large truck and trailer, a tragic, horrible accident that happened some years ago, something I've never forgotten. And it speaks to that intersection between, a conflict between very large trucks and pedestrians. And there's always going to be, at the heart of safety projects, people, and that's what we need to remember. In terms of finances, remember, we have got NZTA funding, and we're in an election year. We've seen the vagaries and the fluctuations of government priorities in this term of government. We don't know what's ahead, but we have secured this funding. Why on earth wouldn't we make sure that we use it and carry out the project? I do not think that we do ourselves any favours by chopping and changing over trienniums around projects that have been a long time in the planning. Rather, we should look at finishing what we've started. This is in the budget, it has people at the heart of it, and I support it.
Councillor Gaylor.
I concur with the councillors who don't support both of these options, mainly on the grounds of the overarching idea that we do need to tighten our belts, and that this does commit us to future spending of a significant amount. And also, one of the key things here is that, you know, we're talking about endlessly delaying infrastructure. We're no stranger to that. We've done that in South Dunedin also, and we talked about the South Dunedin Library earlier. But we do need to prioritise what are the must-haves and the nice-to-haves, and I don't think this is a must-have, either of these options. What concerns me the most, though, is the staff's own advice to us, which is around the advantages of pursuing option one, which was to delay both projects, and that was to provide additional time to refine project scope, staging and integration with wider network planning, particularly for the harbour arterial. That gives me grave cause for concern. I do not feel the confidence that we need to have when we're about to embark on a large amount of expenditure such as this coming from the staff, if I'm honest. And we can talk about theories and nice to haves and what safety and all sorts of things, but at the end of the day we also have to ensure that our designs are robust and that they work for traffic and the people and the businesses and the community, and I don't get that sense of confidence here from this particular comment, so I won't be supporting both of those. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I won't be supporting either of those either, and to Councillor Gaylor's comment about the harbour arterial efficiency and the other point in the report, it says there remains uncertainty regarding how future stages of the harbour arterial integrate with longer-term network constraints, including the Ward Street overbridge. And I think the project, as we've heard from staff, that is currently under construction in Strathallan Street and the two-lane left turn into Portsmouth Drive will provide significant improvement for our heavy traffic. And our heavy traffic will use the harbour arterial when this stage is complete. And this is, I'm concerned that we'll be sitting here this time next year and this work, I asked the question earlier about design and consenting, this work won't actually have been constructed because it's not actually ready to go. And the comment about Princess Street bus priority and using the Mosgiel Park and Ride as a reason for this, let's be real. It might save a minute on the bus. That's not going to affect the decision whether somebody catches the bus from Mosgiel or not. And having sat in traffic in Mosgiel on Saturday morning to get out of Mosgiel for more than 10 minutes, I would think the people of Mosgiel would far prefer to see money being spent out at Mosgiel. And I think please do not use Mosgiel traffic issues as an argument to spend money in Princess Street, because the people of Mosgiel absolutely will not think that.
Anyone else? You're right of reply, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. As I type frantically here, I'll try my best to cover off as many as I can. Yeah, I'll start with you, Mayor Barker. Yes, a long time in the making. Thanks for the reminder about that business case. It seems so long ago, eh? And it was indeed robust and undertaken in 2021. I think I used to have hair back then. I dread to think how much of this work, which will have to be done, and I think a few of you alluded it, will cost in the future. And I know that's always been a concern of yours and certainly of mine. Councillor Weatherall, you talked about spending blinkers. They're certainly not on me. I've always been aware of my fiscal responsibilities around this table, and I also firmly believe that this work will have to be done. So doing that work in the future, you as a council will well know that the cost implications of that will be likely multiple times more than they are now, and that cost, of course, will accrue to future generations. Councillor Van der Vos, the business case alluded to by the Mayor was detailed, robust, and future focused, and all feeds into the sort of city I want to live in, and many people who I know want to live in too. Councillor Hall, it is about safety and movability, and thanks for reminding me about it reminded me of the likely feedback we would receive from the wider community if we do sit in our hands, do nothing, and have to deal with the increasing congestion, time delays, and safety implications because of this council's inaction. Councillor Lund, there's no impatience. In fact, the patience shown by previous councils who have driven this, pun intended by the way, is mightily impressive because it's been around for a long time, and I mentioned safety for a good reason. It simply saves lives, and I think a couple of people talk to that. Councillor Sims always liked to be democratic, so was happy to separate this out as requested. Councillor Mayhem, thank you again. Yeah, Princess Street upgrade, and it probably goes to what the Deputy Mayor talked to in the end, it's most certainly about safety. I mean, it primarily is about safety. And as a contemporary, forward-looking progressive city, you'd reckon that safety for all of our citizens, and I mean all with capital letters, should trump all. Councillor Chambers, thanks as ever for your clear thinking and reckoning, and particularly you talked also about the potential implications if we defer these costs further down the road. Councillor Treadwell, the Mosgiel community is a very important consideration in this related to the bus priority, and we don't have details around how much that time saving will be, but we need to create as many clear positive reasons why people will choose to park a car and get on a bus as possible, and that's just one of many of the potential carrots that will induce that. And I've been around this in the UK when they introduce park and rides. They don't all work actually, they don't, but the ones that do work well, and they grow really quickly. And I hope the problem we have is what's happened in particularly Bristol. I remember they built a car park for 100 cars. It's now 1,000 cars. It went so well. And Councillor Gary, bus priority, increased accessibility, like Councillor Mayhem. Thanks for the reminder, and nothing like reminding us about the human cost of not improving where we live, what price in our life. And the good point as well about the chopping and changing, the inefficiencies of chopping and changing. We've probably seen it a lot round here, often come back to bite us. And Councillor Gaylor, just to point out, and I'll probably say this many times around this table, must-haves and nice-to-haves will always remain subjective. And I'll finish with Councillor Lucas. I did say earlier that we won't agree on everything.
I'll put the motion in parts by division. A.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 8-7.
What's the next? Oh, sorry, we're going to B. Sorry, way ahead of myself. B. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 9-6.
Now, Sandy, do you have these in order? Lynn has them in order. Okay.
Yes, sorry. I'll just get that. I was too quick to take it down.
Confirming this has moved Councillor Lund and seconded Councillor Gaylor. Yeah.
Yep, you've got 10 minutes.
A councillor at this table said on the radio on May the 4th, when discussing South Dunedin's future, that the greatest mistake that council could make in respect of South Dunedin was to spend tens of millions on pipes and pumps and then find it might not be the right solution. I mostly agree with that sentiment, and that's why I move this amendment. With the greatest of respect to former Mayor Raddick, who had the best interests of South Dunedin at heart, we're not convinced he was given the best advice in respect of the 3 alleviations that are funded in the 9-year plan. At the January 29, 2025 meeting where Council approved these solutions, which totalled 29.2 million, Council staff stated that they would not have presented these options to Council unless they were directed to do so, which they were, and it was noted by staff that the alleviations provided a relatively small overall benefit, and the clue is in the name given by the staff: alleviations. They're not solutions. An alleviation just means less severe, and in this case, to a very limited degree. The South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group believe that the right solutions are found within the 2017 Opus report, which was clear that splitting the catchment area of South Dunedin and building a new pumping station was a good option. Now, staff have advised me today that they have some reservations about some of the modelling in that report, and that's fine. I think what we're after here is simply a clear and transparent process where all options are analysed and objectively assessed with the involvement of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice. So we are not asking for any more money, we are simply asking to make sure we get the best possible result. And we must bear in mind that the Regional Council are prosecuting the Dunedin Council for this public health hazard in South Dunedin, and the language of the abatement notice is that the hazard must cease, not merely be moved to a 1 to 5 or a 1 to 10 year standard. Now, some on this council say they have immense sympathy for South Dunedin, but are emphatic that large areas of South Dunedin are doomed and we have to let the water be part of the landscape, and that we should be looking hard at options 2 and 3 of the South Dunedin Futures Plan, which involves relocating 5,000 to 6,000 people and has a cost of between $2 and $3 billion. And there is at present not $1 of central government funding for this. So even if Council accepted this climate change narrative, and Council started now and spent $80 million a year, it would take 40 years. And so we cannot allow South Dunedin to remain in this part of the state of public health for 40 years. We have to act now. As we've heard around this table today, things have taken a long time to come to fruition. And of course, we've spent the decade having done nothing, having not put, as former Mayor Raddick said, not one new pipe in the ground since the floods of 2015. We also have to consider that we have to rebuild the trust of South Dunedin. It's fair to say that there is, an element of mistrust about the council's objectives, and that was made clear when former Infrastructure Chair Councillor O'Malley conceded on radio in 2024 that there was an element of classism in the lack of response to South Dunedin's flooding problems. So I don't agree that the worst thing we could do I agree that the worst thing we could do is to build a solution that doesn't fix the problem. And so we simply need to assess the options, show the people of South Dunedin, here's the genuinely and the objective best solution, because we have just agreed at this table today to spend $6.5 million at the Moana Pool on a building that we've just heard today may only have a life of 7 to 10 years, maybe 15. And yet we cannot ignore the fact that South Dunedin has a public health hazard that needs to be fixed, regardless of what might happen in the next 50 to 80 years.
I'll just quickly go that I'm not going to support pausing any of this work. We have done a huge amount of work. We are addressing the public health issues by doing the work. We did all of the research, we had staff came, we committed funding to it, and I will not support A or B. Next speaker, Councillor Vandervis.
This is a currently no extra cost motion that asks for a re-look at what has been planned for South Dunedin. In my view, what was proposed, and proposed rapidly and for largely political optical reasons, there was a rushed look at things that could be done and should be done in South Dunedin, and we have to be seen to be doing something, was very much the way I saw what especially Mayor Raddick was pushing at the time. The purchase of Forbury, I believe, was a fundamental mistake. The idea that you'd make a detention pond there, get water to flow over land and store it at Forbury before you pumped it an extra 100 metres out into the ocean, to me made no sense when you could just pump it straight to the ocean anyway. The 3 different piping systems that were pushed through, there was only one of them that I understood had full staff support, and that's the one I voted for, and that was the bigger pipe to the pumping station, to the main pumping station. That has had some improvement, and I think that what we need to do is, rather than have a plan that we accept, that I saw as being rushed, as being not entirely cogent in terms of the practicalities of how you do it, to have a pause and actually improve that plan before we go ahead, to me makes a lot of sense. South Dunedin stormwater modelling is incomplete. The need for bigger pipes and pumps is something that I've talked about for more than a decade now, but where you put them and how you arrange them, and especially how you separate your foul water from your stormwater, are vital to dealing with the health issue that particularly the residents of Surrey Street face. We have had, only in the last year or two, the Water Department looking again at doing what it should have been doing for the last 15 years, and that was ensuring that stormwater and foul water were separated systems. The reason that we have this health issue at storm as a result of weather events is because stormwater is inappropriately entering the wastewater system. That work needs to carry on. I'm glad we're already doing a lot of it. I'm glad that in this budget we have essentially ring-fenced Three Waters so that that work can continue. I'm extremely pleased about all that. It will have very good effects over time. But in the meantime, in terms of the 10-year plan for options on the South Dunedin piping system, I believe they need more work. And I certainly don't think we should be rushing into politically motivated ideas of having a detention pond in Forbury.
Councillor Hall, then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Bishop. I am honestly a little confused by this. I am not an infrastructure planner, and neither is anyone around this table. We spend a huge amount of time talking about how important South Dunedin resilience and flood protection is, and how urgent we need this to happen. Yet now we're discussing delays on some of the very work that is intended to help those at risk. I appreciate there are concerns around disruption cost, but the flooding risk will not just pause just because we decide to delay action. These are not vanity projects. They are practical infrastructure works aimed at improving resilience for residents and businesses who already worry about future flooding events. I think we need to be careful about sending mixed messages to the community. We cannot keep South Dunedin as one of our biggest challenges while simultaneously pushing critical work further down the road. I do not support A or B. Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes, I will be supporting this either A or B motion. And like Councillor Hall, I'm a bit confused by this motion. I mean, when I was preparing for the election, last year, I read a lot about South Dunedin, and in particular read all the minutes and reports from previous council meetings in the last triennium, and also watched the debates. And I was keen to see those things which had been improved going through and being actually said about being as it was funding in the budget. And since I got elected, I've been impatient that there's those budget lines for this work in South Dunedin, and the money hasn't been getting spent. But now, finally, I think there is work being done in South Dunedin along these lines to support these projects. This call to halt them is causing me some confusion, because I went to the meeting organised by our late Mayor, Jules, in South Dunedin Library, where he demonstrated to me that he was all over the subject. He knew all about it, and he was very supportive of these projects that had been funded, and explained it in quite a lot of detail. So I don't think that's changed. I think these suggestions that have been worked up by staff over the years have been shown to make a difference, and they will make a difference. And I think to halt them now would be the wrong thing to do. This thing about South Dunedin Futures, options 2 or 3, we haven't debated that. The workshops that I've been to and the community feedback you get is that there's more favour in supporting option 4, I think, of the 7 options. So I've never heard anybody supporting options 2 or 3 or flooding South Dunedin as a way to go. So I think that's a bit misleading. Thanks.
Councillor Gaylor.
I think this is a matter of moral judgment for this council. It's been 60 odd years of waiting for infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure for South Dunedin. We know that it's urgent because at 8 millimetres per hour, South Dunedin starts to flood. That is completely below a national standard of 18 millimetres per hour for stormwater. It's just not good enough. When Councillor Chambers and Hall talk about confusion, this is not meant to, and I apologise, I'm seconding the motion, but there shouldn't be any confusion here. It's been well documented that the community most at risk do not believe that at least 2 of these short-term measures are going to work for South Dunedin. So we have a lot of money budgeted for that. We also have ratepayers who expect value for money, and simply all we're doing here is asking for a pause to have a very quick look at the 3 solutions that are being offered, and also to look at the Opus report of 2017, which I also understand that there is a report coming to Council in June from South Dunedin Futures, which will talk about the engineering aspects of this. So actually having this in the budget full stop is premature because we actually don't know what that report is going to say in June. I just have a quick point of clarification, please, from Mr. Ward. The other 2 options, you've got one option... Can't do that? Okay. I understand from an earlier conversation that there are in fact 2 options which are not considered to be particularly effective for South Dunedin. I think we need to, given the amount of money involved, it would be irresponsible of this council to go ahead with those 3 options when we are needing to divert that money into realistic and likely effective solutions for South Dunedin. We have 2 community members who are retired civil engineers who have both publicised and made well known, but nobody's been to see them from the rest of this council, except perhaps myself, Lund and others, who are the community at risk, and they believe this is not the right thing to do. We don't know, we understand that Jules Raddick was very protective of South Dunedin. He came from a well-intended space. He was noticing that in fact nothing had been done for a long time. He wanted to get on top of it. He himself put sandbags out in South Dunedin in the 2024 floods. But unfortunately, the prevailing wisdom is, and it's very good wisdom, is that those 2 options aren't right. And if we go ahead today and we let this go through into the estimates, then, you know, that's putting good money up after bad. And I don't think the ratepayers would appreciate that, nor would the people of South Dunedin. Thank you.
Councillors Treadwell, Lafiso, Walker and on. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'm not a drainage engineer. You lot aren't drainage engineers. We have world-class experts in this stuff that we pay to progress this work. To stop this after we've already progressed through the design seems mad to me. With regard to the Opus report, that was accessed by our excellent staff when they were coming up with these solutions. With regard to what the perception is within South Dunedin, some people have opinions on this. The vast majority, I think, just want us to crack on. And we need to use the best information that we have available. We need to trust our excellent staff on this one. I think to do otherwise is wasteful and sort of conspiratorial. The commentary around former Mayor...
Point of order. Point of order. That's disrespectful. 25.2.
I'll move an adjournment. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Anyone against?
I find just the remarks regarding... Oh, sorry.
Technically, you have to rule on it, so we'll uphold the point of order, and I just ask you to withdraw and apologise.
Yep, withdraw and apologise. The comments around the late mayor I just find really tough to imply that he was, not across this because it was something he was passionate about. There are multiple councillors around the table who have talked to the civil engineers and also went to, as Councillor Chambers referred to, the hui that was put in place, where he clearly demonstrated his knowledge of this area. So I don't really understand this motion and I won't support
it. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. For the reasons cited by the Mayor and Councillors Hall, Chambers and Treadwell, I won't be supporting this. To me, it's cherry picking, and there's, as our previous speakers have said, there's a whole suite of work in terms of South Dunedin futures, and I don't see the point in just picking on a few, whether they're short-term measures or whatever. And I think it's aroha mai, but I think it's desperate to talk about a classist approach. If we're going to go there, let's talk about white supremacy in terms of, making other suggestions in terms of flushing stuff into the harbour. Again, mana whenua have constantly told us about how much of a tauka the harbour is to them and to us. And let's not forget that in terms of settlement of the city, it was a wetlands.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Listen, I'll try and be as brief as you were, Mayor. The work carried out by the South Dunedin Futures team, which sensibly looks well into the future, and I think somebody else pointed out, well into the future, and quite rightly so, and the South Dunedin flood alleviation work. This is immense stuff. This is immense work, and it's based on some of the widest community consultation and robust scientific work that this council has ever done in its history. To me, this motion is undermining some of the stellar work that has been carried out by many staff over many years. And to be clear, we have done lots of work since the 2017 report. That's over 9 years ago. And in terms of 9 years, in the context of what's happening with the climate in this planet, that's a long time. So why would we pause and delay work to protect those most at risk while climate change continues to exacerbate the problem? That's my moral judgment. In the words of Councillor Treadwell, let's crack on. I cannot support either part of this motion.
Got Councillors Ong, Gary, Sims and Weatherall. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And on the first part of South Dunedin flood alleviation, now we will know well, or at least we should know well, that there has been discussions and there has been representatives from MBIE on the Regional Infrastructure Fund that we can look at tapping on in time. That is a fund, I believe, as we ought to know, is provided by our Crown, and that's going to be in the form of loans, not grants. The point of that is, if we're looking at all the Crown options and institutions that we can have for South Dunedin, whether it's in the time to come, not the short term, but perhaps in the longer term. This is going to be a way to fund what we need for South Dunedin, and it's not present yet. We don't have those tools that are available from the Crown. We have not had the discussions, the first discussions at all with our Crown institutions like our Sovereign Wealth Fund, New Zealand Super, like a lot of institutions from the Crown that we can tap on for this short-term alleviation option. So it seems quite clear to me we need to pause this because firstly, we haven't tapped those options of financing and funding. Now, the second part of it is when we look at that 10-year plan on the options, we are going to look at a lot of innovative debt financing tools that we can tap on together or by ourselves or with the Crown, and that's reliant on our Crown's fiscal conservatism. What does that mean? It means we know well. We can borrow relatively cheaply compared to what we should be able to based on our own financial strength. So this is something that we need to incorporate, and I'm prepared to support this report for the 10-year plan on the basis that we are going to look at each and every one of these things that will involve Crown involvement, that will involve innovative debt financing to finance this, and will very specifically involve those Crown organizations that are well spelled out in the previous plans. And I just name it again. We do know that we have a representative in the council building, I believe, from MBIE. I've met that individual just in the community. I've not met them in the council building itself because I'm restricted from council building access. But I have met that individual in the community, in the supermarket. I know she's there. We have the Regional Infrastructure Fund that MBIE has available. We need to have that discussion with them. So I'm prepared to support both of these, to pause and to request the report based on these things that I would like to request in this report itself.
Councillor Gehring.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I want to start by acknowledging the community of South Dunedin. It's a very stressful situation, but a great deal of work has been done, and to misrepresent it by saying that nothing's been done is simply not the case. What some of you won't realise is that the short-term options that were decided upon came somewhat out of nowhere, to be honest. It was one of those on-the-hoof decisions, as my memory tells me, and I think I may have voted against them for that very reason. However, they're underway, planning is being done, and again it comes back to this idea of we make a decision and then we chop and change and we don't finish what we started, and you cannot keep on doing that. So those short-term options, the staff were very transparent and clear about their views on it. They were considered, as I recall, the best possibilities of the ones available in the short term, but not magic bullets, and we know there is not a magic bullet for this situation. I find it deeply troubling to have this climate change narrative as if climate change doesn't exist and isn't a factor in this, because we need to get real and understand.
Point of order, misrepresentation. I never said that climate change was not real.
Neither did I.
Technically, they didn't, so I'll uphold the point of order and ask you to withdraw, please.
I will withdraw and make it clear that I was not referring to people in the room necessarily. There is a narrative out there in the community amongst some. So I still believe that that is a problem for us, because the majority of people do believe that climate change is a factor in all of this. What we need to stop doing is believing that we are experts in everything. And one day it's transportation planning, and the next day it's experts in water. We have experts, we employ them, and it's time we trusted them. And I acknowledge the retired engineers in the community and others who have experience, but what we need to do is to trust our staff who are employed to do this work to get on and do it and give us the advice that they do. So it's always got to be evidence-based and definitely not on the hoof, which I consider this to be. That's where we get ourselves into trouble. And to stop this toing and froing, the chopping and changing, and finish what we have started. We do have a report coming later in the year on South Dunedin Futures, and that's the next milestone at which we will discuss further initiatives.
I've got Councillor Sims, Weatherall, Mayhem and Lucas. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Barker. And look, I understand some of the confusion around the table. I actually think there's a great deal of risk in this motion being misreported by the media. I'm sort of going to butcher this, but I think in terms of this, to me, is like a 63-year-old person turning up at A&E having a heart attack and being given an aspirin when what he really needs is a heart bypass. And that's where I think the risk in this lies, and that is the feeling of the South Dunedin community, or some of the South Dunedin community, that they've been thrown an aspirin when they need a heart bypass. For the second time today, I find myself wanting to support part of the motion but not the other part. And the reason I say that is that there are a lot of people around this table, and both at the council and also during the election last year, who advocated for some short-term mitigations to try and alleviate the immediate issues in particularly in Surrey Street. And I actually take my hat off to the council staff who listened to some of that and also understood the importance of being seen to be doing something. So I absolutely agree that this council's been far too slow on this issue. I absolutely agree that there is a feeling amongst some that much serious band-aid has been offered for a much more serious problem, and that the solution, the enduring solution that we need, just seems to continually be getting away with us. So I find myself not supporting Part A because of the optics, and also because I believe there will be some benefit from some of that work, but I find myself supporting Part B, which is absolutely requesting this report and that this work gets, that we need the decisive work to get underway. There has been way too much hooey and not enough doey on this issue. And I know that that's the feeling of the residents of South Dunedin. I know it's the feeling of a lot of people around this table. And I absolutely support the second part of that, to get the proper work going as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to do that. Yeah, yeah. So I am Councillor Weatherall. Councillor Chambers, have you spoken, or did you ask a question?
Just a quick comment in response to Andrew's statement about the aspirin.
No. Oh well, no. We're not going to have a doctor's opinion right now.
The first thing you do when you get chest pain or heart attack is take an aspirin.
Yeah. So
it reduces your mortality by about 10-20% or something. It does work. Yeah.
Righty ho. Moving right along, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The tone of this motion really doesn't deserve much commentary. Today is about affordability in reality and not chasing easy headlines. Every report to date has been fully considered, and fortunately the work has begun.
Point of order. Disrespectful. That is disrespectful to say it's chasing an easy headline.
I'll move an adjournment. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, that is carried.
considered, and fortunately the work has been started thanks to the support of our previous mayor, councillors and our dedicated staff. Time will tell, and the criticism I've heard today is simply grandstanding, and I'm sick and tired of the continued whinging, especially now that the work to mitigate many of the issues have begun, at a great cost I might add. Enough said, thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
You can't pause Mother Nature. We're in an intense El Nino season, heading into winter, and we have no idea what kind of weather events are just around the corner for South Dunedin. However, what we do know is that we have several incredible experts in employment here at our council. I'm not going to argue with experts about what is the best option. I would urge colleagues who have less than 6 months' knowledge or background on this to leave it to the experts, and we need to hurry up. We need to move quickly. We need to listen to our experts. Let's get on and do it. I will not support the expense of yet another report. I cannot vote for this. It's going to be a long day if we speak to every single item. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
And with that, I'll speak as well. And I just don't know where to start. Our former colleague, I'm sorry, I feel quite emotional because he was very passionate about this. And this here was something that he personally, he was out there, it was referenced, he was out there doing sandbags. He was diving, looking at the pig snout. I don't know if any of you have spent any time in his company. He was unbelievably passionate about this project, and he spent hours with staff to come up with no regrets, short-term solutions, and that's what this is. And I cannot believe that, I think looking around the table, everybody campaigned on doing work in South Dunedin, and at the first opportunity, you're going to stop spending money? We heard very passionate residents from Surrey Street sit here 2 weeks ago saying, spend money, keep on. Maybe they don't necessarily agree with the detail, but surely a no regrets, some solutions to this project. It just seems to me is like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. And my colleagues who say they're confused, I'm totally confused. And yes, former Mayor Raddick, he would just be gobsmacked by what is happening at this table. And I feel that I need to channel his emotion, because if nobody else, he spent hours. I remember sitting with him, with those retired engineers and residents of Surrey Street while he drew, he showed photos on his phone. CEO Graham, we have hours we've spent with him, and how passionate he was about doing something about South Dunedin. And we need to be doing something about South Dunedin. We've heard it, we campaigned on it, for goodness sake. Let's keep on with some no regret solutions.
Councillor Lund, your right of reply.
There's a lot of councillors seem to be confused. So, and it's partly because you may have a fairly not a good understanding of what the funding is for South Dunedin. There are 2 line items in the capital budget. One is for what we call the Band-Aid solutions, which is where the work has started last year under Mr Ward's team and is continuing. And then there is the 3 alleviations. Now, just so we can wind down the temperature here, no physical work has started on this $29.2 million of work. Mr Ward has just confirmed to me that the only thing that's happening in that budget line item that we are proposing to pause and review is design work. So all this emotion about let's not stop what we've started, let's keep going, it's all misplaced. There is some physical work happening, but that is in the other budget line item that we are not discussing today. Right? What we're as Councillor Gaylor referred to, that this is a third world problem we have in South Dunedin, and it's people across the city that are actually, ashamed of our city for not having fixed it. And so just to take, some of the comments I've heard today from Council Hall, it's just focus on that we have $1 million this year in the budget for this work. And that is for design. It is not for physical work, right? Again, Mr Chambers said the same thing, and once again I point out that the work for the short term, the 1 to 5 and 10 year solutions is happening. And we've had a lot of discussion from councillors about listening to our staff. Now, I'm not sure what part of this you don't understand, but on January 29, 2025, the staff were reluctant to endorse the options presented. As Councillor Vandervis pointed out, they said that the council wanted to be seen to be doing something. And Councillor Walker also said that on May the 4th on Otago Access Radio, that we simply did this because we had, I think his exact words were, we had to be seen to be doing something. Right? Well, that's hardly a ringing endorsement of a valid and sustainable technical solution. That's just playing politics. We're not undermining the staff, Councillor Walker. We're simply trying to get the best solution. Right? And 13,000 voters are absolutely going to remember the people around this table who, as Councillor Sims has said, we're turning up at A&E and we're looking for a heart bypass and we're not getting anything close to that. This is not there's been, emotive pleas about Mayor Raddick, and I don't doubt Mayor Raddick's good intentions for 1 second. But we've heard from Councillor Geary that she acknowledges the retirement.
Point of order. Thank you. Finally.
Councillor Geary wants to acknowledge them, but she doesn't want to listen to them. And this motion today is not some brain explosion from myself. This motion was put at the request of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group, because that's what they want. And that is, two of them include Mr. Julian Dorey and Mr. Neil Johnson. And Mr. Neil Johnson in particular has had 50 years working for the Regional Council. He's been heavily involved, and he has an institutional memory and can offer some very valid assistance and points about the eventual scheme. And that's all we're asking. And I can't stress enough that the council, we're not trying to undermine staff or change things. We're simply wanting to get the best solution, and the staff themselves acknowledge we do not have the best solution. So let's just wind back the emotion and just think about and remember that we're not stopping any physical work because none has started yet, and we've only got $1 million in the budget anyway.
I'll put the motion in parts by division A.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Yes.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 11-4.
Part B.
Yep, it's just doing its thing. Okay. Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Yes.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 10-5.
What is next?
Right, just scrolling up.
Just checking Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Lund, is that right? This one?
Sure.
Can we adopt the for and 2 against, so that we don't have speeches all the way around the table on every item?
That is something that the meeting could consider, or you could do 3-2. instead of 5, 10, 5 in terms of your speaking times. So you could shorten the speaking times.
Yes, I don't necessarily think we're doing some important discussions here. I think that I will go with 3 minutes for the mover and 2 for the others. Do I need to move that or just state it? Okay. So just be aware, councillors, that if anybody moves anything, they have 3 minutes to speak to it, and people can spend 2 minutes speaking to it, because I believe there are quite a lot still to come. Thank you. Councillor Vandervis, you moved it.
Sorry, I didn't hear. How many minutes do we
3.
have to speak?
Yeah, it will come up on the timer.
For the mover?
Yeah.
3 for the mover. No, but the standing orders allow for that to be changed. And so 3 for the mover and 2 for other speakers, 2 for the right of response.
It's extraordinarily difficult given the complexity and the double hit we've got here. Very briefly then, if we look at the co-funding that we have had agreed from NZTA for the infrastructure improvements out to Taieri Mouth, NZTA are going to be paying 76% of what's required for that budget. This is on page 37. If you look under transport, they're going to be paying 76% for a targeted proactive roading infrastructure improvement that they recognise it has safety and traffic volume advantages, priorities going for it. If we look at the next 2 lines, the Peninsula connection, this is $10 million worth of projects that do not meet NZTA priority for safety or for traffic volume. So why would we go ahead with claims that they are safety projects when NZTA do not prioritise them for safety or volume? And why would we go ahead with the spending when we don't get any NZTA funding from them because they don't meet safety or traffic volume requirements? So removing the Peninsula Connection capital expenditure budget stage 1, I think, is very important. This is the Fisheries Wharf section. We are talking about a lot of money here that has been misrepresented, in my view, as a safety project, when in fact the prioritisation that is standardised throughout the country doesn't agree with that. So the same basically goes for the Peninsula Connection Boardwalk. If we then look at the other issue, and excuse me while my computer has just gone to sleep, which is the decarbonisation and renewal initiative at Toitu. This is a plan, I don't know if you realise this, but this is a plan to basically hook into the sewage system and use the latent heat in sewage passing near Toitu to create a new and, in my understanding, a fairly experimental heating system instead of the current LPG system that's in Toitu. I don't believe that this kind of experimentation is appropriate at this time. I don't believe that an LPG system that they currently have that burns reasonably cleanly anyway, certainly much better than coal or even pellets, is something which is particularly undesirable. I can't see why spending an extraordinary amount of money on an expensive project like this is something that we should do. So I urge you to not vote for the Peninsula Connection or the decarbonisation renewal at the Otago Settlers Museum.
Further speakers? Did you want to speak, Councillor Lund?
In terms of our capital spending, I agree with Miss Allen, who said this morning that she was very uncomfortable with our ability to deliver our capital spending program, and that she had suggested that she would be comfortable with a level closer to 200 million, not the 212. However, Miss Allen pointed out that we have only spent 170 million this year, and I believe that the reasons that caused the delays this year have not gone away, but in fact have gotten worse. And we've heard a lot of discussion around this table about the fact that if we delay things now, it will only cost more in the future. Well, that speaks to a certain level of naivety. I've spent 40 years in the construction industry, and I can tell you now that that is not always the case. You have to take the specifics, and the specifics are right at the present time that the cost of diesel has doubled, and that, as Ms Benson pointed out today, price increases in bitumen are about to start flowing through, and added to that, the price of plastics material, which are of course our pipes, are also going to set to rise dramatically. Now, there are plenty of local examples of major projects that were delivered for cost reasons and delivered years later, one being the Distinction Hotel, not very far from here, that was delayed for 5 years, and the express intention of the owner, Mr Geoffrey Thompson, was because he knew he would deliver it later at a more efficient cost in subsequent years. And I say that we should say this, we need to look at the same rationale in terms of what we are faced with. We've had budget overruns at the Albany Street cycleway project of 24%. We are faced with, as you said, considerable and significant risk with our forward work program, and so now is definitely a time to take stock and pause. And as Councillor Vandervis has pointed out, there are some tough decisions, but if we're not receiving co-funding for projects that we could potentially in the future, then in this present constrained time of financial strain from our ratepayers, we need to do the right thing by them. And yes, it might mean another delay.
Councillor, I've got Councillor Sims and Councillor Gary, then Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I can't support either of these, and my logic is around Mosgiel. Mosgiel's been mentioned. We heard from the Peninsula Community Board that there are 180,000 visitors to Tyro a head, and I accept that that's a significant number. There are 9,125,000 vehicle movements on Gordon Road per annum, of which 181,000 of those are trucks. We've got people in Mosgiel having the doors wiped off their cars by trucks. We have got elderly people in Mosgiel who are unprepared to use Gordon Road because of the safety issues there. It was identified in 2013 along with the need for a shared path and safety improvements to Portobello. Alongside that, it was recognised as a priority for the Dunedin City Council to separate the heavy transport in Mosgiel from the vulnerable community identified as the elderly and the school children. I can tell you how much has been spent doing that. Nothing. And that is why I cannot support further investment in the peninsula until that work is done. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is a truly community-led project. We've had thousands of submissions over 20 plus years, and yet some of you would call it a vanity project, a legacy project. Please don't demonise one community against another and pit one community against another. It's not an either-or situation. I've been associated with this project and seen the ups and downs, the milestones, and I've learnt how to advocate for the community in my role as governor and how to progress the project. And that's required the need to ensure it's in the right time frame for the FDS, the RLTP and the long-term plan. And if it's not in the long-term plan, in the annual plan, then it's not going to attract government funding. That is a fact. It's a rookie mistake to think that you can come in with a few months' experience and understand the context and history, which is deep and wide. And in particular, the NZTA element of this. There isn't time to go into that right now. But what I want to remind you of is the promise made to mana whenua around this project. And remember that we have a partnership with mana whenua. And Janine Hayward in her submission reminded us of this, and in the 1880s, the inequity around when the road was originally built and how H.K. Taiaroa, the MP, had to persuade the government of the time that there were benefits to Pākehā before the road was finished. The facts are that it's consented, it's ready to go with a design, and cost efficiencies have actually been found, and it's been a positive, strangely enough, that it's not NZTA funding, because then we don't have to build it to the same standard. And the economic lens is that $220 million worth of tourism with over 300,000 visitors in that area. So we need to keep our promise, we need to finish what we've started, it's ready to go, and in the quaint characterisation by Councillor Gaylor, you will feel and witness the wrath of Christine Gary and the wider community and mana whenua if we do not proceed with this project.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. We face the same challenge and theme of scarcity of financial resources and scarcity of council finances. And so I'm going to speak on the second part, which is to say the decarbonisation and renewable of energy systems is something that in this annual plan is a nice to have. At the same time, when we use $1 every dollar on a nice to have, that means that we have $1 less for the essentials. And right now we can see all across our city, I hope we all can, that our community members who are struggling with fuel costs, with the surge in power bills, and with everything else that's put forward on the household side of things, which is to say transport costs have gone up. That means that consumer essential products have also gone up. And these families that serve our community do not have the means to buy an EV. Our working families that need to drive to work, that choose out of all the places they can be to be in Dunedin to serve and city. And at the same time, we ought to know that in the past year, this is very statistically out there, we have had negative population growth in our city. So very simply, I would not support this because this means that we are less able to provide the direct financial assistance to our Dunedinite families that choose to serve our city and are struggling with everything else that's there at the moment in terms of cost of living, fuel costs, power bills, surge in charges, increase in rates.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I appreciate your perspective on this, Councillor Sims, although what you were saying, it didn't go the way that I sort of assumed it would here. When I look to Mosgiel and how things are playing out there, it made me think that, well, because the NZTA isn't looking favourably at something, that doesn't mean that it isn't a problem for the city. And I think it's actually a similar thing over here. As Councillor Gary said, this isn't us or them. This is the DCC looking at where the problems are and addressing them. Now, in the case of this has been advocated for I want to say over a decade at least, of really intense work and activism, serious bargaining on behalf of the Council of Representatives of mana whenua. There's a lot of passion and design that has gone into this. It's a huge history behind it. We had two presenters at the annual plan hearings, Hoani Langsbury and Paul Pope of the Otago Peninsula Community Board, and they outlined that there were, across the four major attractions there, 300,000 visitors per annum, reportedly bringing in 220 mil to the local economy, again if we want to couch it in financial figures. But really, it's about finishing what we've started and addressing the promise that we've made to the communities out there, not stopping something just before the completion of it, especially for interested parties who have been a huge help to it along the way. I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gaylor.
Yep, thank you. First off, I support fully the words of Councillor Gary on the first part, and boy, she should know about this project. We have shared scars on shared path projects, eh? And pretty sure that the work at Toitu, the decarbonisation and energy system stuff, not only adheres to previous motions of council related to climate change mitigation and adaptation, but also feeds into our longer term cost saving goals by moving to a more cost efficient energy production. And my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected if wrong, is that there's about a 5 to 10 year payback on the Toitu project, not to mention of course the electricity and LPG savings. And it's hardly experimental. This is commonplace in Europe and the USA, and it's actually common just up the road in Christchurch with their Metro Sports Centre, so I don't support either motion.
Councillor Gaylor. Just referring to safety. We hear a lot about safety. We've just heard from Councillor Sims, very strong, impassioned argument about the vulnerable at risk in Mosgiel and how nothing has been done and not a cent has been spent. And yet, while I've been listening to council meetings about this peninsular connection, I keep hearing about safety. But right now, I've heard no safety argument at all put to this room, this council today. Why not? Because it doesn't exist. It is not as strong an issue as the Mosgiel safety issue. And so my wrath is reserved for the concern that we are spending money on another nice to have that we shouldn't be spending money on. We've already got a fantastic tourism asset on the peninsula which goes almost to Portobello. It's fantastic. It's the draw card that's bringing in the tourists. To then conflate that with an estimate of further tourism, I think is foolhardy. Already people are coming for what is there now. So to say that it's going to have such a massive economic benefit, I don't believe that either, because it's already there with the peninsular cycleway that we have. So I don't support at all this connection. I've also visited the site, and I don't believe that we have been given enough evidence to show that in fact this particular fisheries wharf section is as much of a safety concern as we have been led to believe, and I'd like to see some further information on that before we start embarking down a very expensive route of spending a large amount of money that ratepayers don't have. Thank you. I will not be supporting this at all. That is a resilience project, both for the road and for tourism, and I drove that road almost daily for 5 years, so I certainly know how many close calls that I witnessed, how the road is being eaten away, and how the road needs to be fixed. We've talked about this for many, many years. The road needs to get fixed. The project needs to get done. We've mentioned the 300,000 visitors that come annually, the 220 million, which we would be putting at risk if we do not fix the road. One accident. I know that bus drivers complain about this road constantly, which brings down the reputation of our city as a tourism destination. Now, I have talked to ministers about the priority since before Christmas. It's been one of my key 5 things. Asking for the funding. Where can we get the money from? Is there any NZTA? Are there any other pots? And the answer is no. So we need to get moving on this. I've talked to mana whenua this morning, especially, that were mentioned in an email that came around. The answer is no. Do not delay this any longer. It is also, I've talked about, it's also a safety project as well. We've talked about, is it a safety project or is it not a safety project? Haven't driven the road many times. It is a safety project. It needs to get done. Talk about the decarbonisation of the energy systems. We were advised this morning, we asked the question, this is at its end of life and we need to replace it, and we need to find a good way to replace it that is at good cost and continues to minimise our operational costs and also decarbonises. Next speaker, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Bishop. I will not be supporting either of these. At some point, we need to finish what we start. We are already well into this project, and to pull back now feels like a bit like running a marathon and stopping in the final stretch just because the last few steps are just too hard. We've made promises here, and we should not go back on them. I also think there is value in actually delivering on projects Council has committed to. We're almost there, and I think we should finish this job properly. I remember not that long ago a staff telling us that the energy systems at Toitu was already due for renewal, and this was what really concerns me. This is not about decarbonisation, it's about renewing an ageing infrastructure before it becomes much larger and potential problem, far more expensive later on, and finding cost savings in the long run. Toitu is one of the city's most important cultural facilities, and I think we have a responsibility to maintain it properly and make sensible long-term decisions around infrastructure. I assume the options will be brought back to us later on. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. From my worldview and perspective, which is probably shared by many of the 13,000 residents that Councillor Lund referred to in the previous debate, I won't be supporting this. And I just want to thank Councillor Gary and Walker for talking about the past in terms of our history. For me, it's not about safety primarily, it's about justice delayed is justice denied. So I'll read from Janine Hayward's submission. For years, HK Tairoa, as a Southern Māori MP, gave impassioned pleas for the section of the road outside the marae to be completed. It was the final section of the road to be finished, and progress on this beyond the marae progress on the marae, it was the final section of the road to be finalised, and progress on this section had stalled. Ultimately, it was his arguments that this would benefit Pākehā communities beyond the marae that won favour with the House and saw the road completed. I am sure the Council does not want to repeat the injustices of the 1870s and 80s in failing to provide equitable services to all peninsula communities.
Anyone else? Councillor Vanders, your right to reply.
Yeah, Barker, you've talked about the Peninsula Road being eaten away, when in fact it's the road to Torrey Mouth that's been eaten away. And because it's been eaten away, it's getting 76% of NZTA funding. So we only pay 24% for sorting out that road. The reason we're not getting any funding for this particular peninsula connection is because it's not being eaten away. It's not being particularly used. Traffic volumes are very low beyond Portobello. And there has been no nationally accredited safety issue identified. The promise, the so-called promise to continue the Peninsula Cycleway beyond Portobello without NZTA funding.
Sorry, can I just it's been mentioned a couple of times. It's a 25. It's being called a cycleway. It's a shared path. It's primarily used by walkers. So.
I'll uphold that point of order. Shared path.
Shared path. My goodness. The promise was never made in all my 18 years on council to continue with this already $100 million.
Point of order, Your Worship. Point of order. That is a misrepresentation of the facts, and we were presented with the evidence by a former staff member in the LTP hearings.
Sorry, I don't understand.
The promise was made.
Okay, I will uphold that point of order because we have seen the evidence around that.
Could I have that emailed to me? Because
Certainly.
That's not my understanding. the idea that we need to finish what we've started is an excuse that's been rolled out this time by Councillor Hall. We've started doing cycleways all over Dunedin. Are we going to put a cycleway in every street, even if they're not used? Are we going to put a cycleway up every single cul-de-sac?
Point of order. 25.2 mischaracterisation, he's still calling it a cycleway.
Oh, I won't uphold it because he's talking about putting cycleways on every street rather than shared paths. So it's a.
Sure.
I think we'll just continue on with this. Yeah. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, but I won't uphold it.
Debating by points of order is a rather unseemly way of not letting me speak in the reduced 3 minutes that I have. So just to finish on the issue of the new experimental sewage to heat system that is proposed for Toitu. The infrastructure is always ageing. Doesn't matter what the infrastructure is. And the current LPG system is a relatively simple system, maintenance of which is easy and cheap to do. Putting in a whole different concept of heat exchange system is going to be extremely expensive. It's not urgent, and we should not be doing it at this point.
All right, I'll put in parts by division A.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 8-7.
B.
Yep. Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Yes.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell.
Nope.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 8-7.
What is next? Is this?
I do need it now, the one about adding in the line. We do need it now.
Do we need a minute? Do we need a June? Okay.
Because then you've got the one at the bottom, so then go down and it should be underneath that one. So no, go up. Approves the capital extended budget.
It's the 12 million reduction, Lynn.
Sorry, Karen.
There's another one with the 12 million. Yeah.
Oh, apologies. Just okay. Sorry. There's this one as well.
Do you think it should say includes Okay, so add back in with the amendment as follows. Yeah. And then, sorry. And then conclude, yeah, as a, however you do it, we one thing in the other. Approves with the amendment as follows, and then take out the at the bottom conclusion. Does that work? Does that work? And councillors clear about that, so given that there have been, following your various debates, no changes in the draft capital budget as presented, the timing adjustment line that the CFO indicated may be necessary to allow, because we think it's still slightly overcooked. Had you taken money out in your various debates, we wouldn't have needed that adjustment, but you haven't, you've chosen through your debates not to remove anything, so we now need to include that.
I can move it. But just would you?
Can we just have maybe just an adjourn for a minute?
Okay, I move that we adjourn for approximately a minute, 5 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Motion that the council approves the capital expenditure budget, including a 12 million timing adjustment to the non-waters capital expenditure program, noting that this will reduce the overall capital expenditure budget into the 26-27 annual plan. And seconded. So thank you. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Have you got your hand up to speak? Yeah, well, once I've just had a moment, I'll take people's names.
Oh.
Yeah. So in speaking to this, it's been a busy few hours as we debate some of the parts of what we could have in the capital expenditure program, and it's a good time to have a wee think about it. But I think the key time, as I said earlier, is to go into the long-term plan and actually get some concrete priority matrix around where we're going with this, and also we should understand more about what will happen with the rates cap as well. So we need to get ourselves prepared for that. Would anyone else like to speak before we... sorry, Councillor Chambers.
Oh yeah, just about, obviously we're only on page 53 of a 137-page agenda. So adjustments made in relation to things that had come up during the other papers could still go back into the budget. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, therefore I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against?
No. Recorded.
3 no recorded. So 4, sorry. Oh, sorry.
So, Councillor Gailey, were you recorded?
I'd like to be, thanks.
Mm-hmm. I'll do a division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 10-5.
Right, now we'll move to item 8. Okay, that's right. I need to move that in 10 minutes, is it? The extension. I'll do it now. I move that the council extends the meeting beyond 6 hours. Is there a seconded? Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. Got that out of the way. Now, item...
We're getting to that.
Yep.
Lynn, we've got 2 draft resolutions, have we, for fees and charges? One about housing and one about access to the pool.
Yep.
That's right, councillors, in terms of fees and charges, I haven't missed any. No, one at a time. But once, yeah.
Perhaps should we do questions first?
Yeah, questions first, fine. But that, just so you know, councillors, we have 2 motions around the fees and charges, which I think I've circulated to you all.
So we have Ms. Carolyn Allen and Ms. Janet Fraser will speak to the report.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. There's just 3 updates to make on the fees and charges as they are on the agenda. 2 of them are typos and one of them is a change from what was proposed. So the first one on page 77 in building services under plan requests. It's the second to the bottom section. For the commercial searches and residential searches, it's just a wording change to have a minimum of a 30-minute charge instead of a minimum 1 hour. So that is different from what was consulted on. The second one is on page 89, and this is a typo where a number was included where it shouldn't have been. So about halfway down, sorry, there's a lot of text here, but halfway down in the other residential section, the second item is install sump mud tank. That in error has been given a project information memorandum charge where it doesn't need one, so that's just to be crossed out, the number 626 on that line. And then, sorry, bear with me, the last one is on page 95 for waste minimisation. Under the Middlemarch and Wakawaiti landfill large vehicle charges, a third category from the bottom. Both of those charges proposed for the next financial year should be 132. And this is a number that was on our website for consultation. It was just a matter of attaching the wrong document to the agenda. But apart from those changes, we're happy to take questions.
A question, and it's really about libraries. It's on page 71, and it's around a question around why we charge for rooms in the central library, but why we don't charge for was the community not-for-profit groups or individuals. So we have a charge in the Dunningham, in the central library for room hire, and then we don't have it for the South Dunedin Library. So I was wondering what the rationale was behind that.
Is there anybody here that can answer?
Sorry, I was distracted, but I don't think I know the answer. No, I'm sorry, Mayor, we don't have an answer for that at our fingertips, I'm sorry.
Is it possible to find, I know that this will come back to council at the end of June for adoption, and I would like an answer before the end, because it seems unusual that we would charge for one and not for another, especially for brand new rooms.
Team will be watching, I am sure, and I am sure during the course of the next little while there'll be something magically pop up.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Could I just clarify that the fees are adopted today?
Oh.
Yes. So the adoption of the annual plan it doesn't have the fees and charges included.
We don't adopt the fees today when we're not in a position to actually be charging them in time, is that right?
Is that
sorry to cut you off there.
No, you go.
Yeah, Sophie, some fees need to be loaded up into our system so that we can start charging for 1 July. This isn't one of those, so we could...
I was wondering whether it was within the CEO delegations about that, or whether that's a council setting the fees and charges, because I know that also I don't think I saw a charge for the new Toitu attraction in there either. And I remember asking about that and hearing that
on page 72.
Oh, what is there?
On the last item on page 72, it's at $10. Introduction to Oti Poti.
Okay, it is
immersive
there,
experience
yeah.
entry fee, that's it.
So that is there. While people look for an answer.
Could I suggest that we bring back leave out the room hire from adoption today and come back?
Okay. Councillor Lund, you had your hand up.
Ms Allen, at page 59 and page 58, I see the central city parking charges on street have risen 14.3% for on-street parking to $4 an hour. But I'm curious as to why parking in the actual buildings, which presumably is going to be a lot more expensive for the city to maintain, is only at $3 an hour. Do we have any clarity around that?
So what it was, we did some significant increases in parking across the city last year, and we based our budget last year on some pretty ambitious goals for revenue and occupancy. We haven't hit the occupancy, so we have a reluctance to increase the parking more wholesale, but if we increase it for on-street parking, we will hopefully hit the budgeted revenue. Sorry, that was a quote.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Gaylor.
Just two. Just looking at residents parking, just wondering why they're going up, just the justification for that.
Sorry, Councillor, which page are you looking at?
Sorry, Councillor Gaylor, what was your question? I may be able to answer it.
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking what the reason was for the rise in those resident parking permits.
It looks to me that it's just been increased by the flat 3% that a lot of the fees and charges have been increased by. Yeah.
And just my other...
Oh, sorry. There you go.
My other question was just around communication for these fee increases. How are you proposing to go about that?
So the fees and charges were consulted on as part of the annual plan consultation. So we had all of our proposed fees and charges on our website. They came to the 4th of March budget meeting as well as proposed for Council to adopt for the purpose of consultation. So you'll see in the report that the community feedback on the fees and charges has kind of been summarised.
What I'm just asking is if we do decide to put this through, how you go about your communication for those that may be not expecting these.
I think it might be different for every different area depending on what the fee is and who pays it, so I might not be the best person to answer that, but I assume it would be kind of variable depending on what the situation was.
Would that just be through letters or just when the bill goes out?
Sorry, Councillor. There's no one here who can answer that, but we'll find out. But we do make sure that we communicate appropriately on increases.
I've got Councillor Lund, Ong and Vandervis. Councillor Lund.
Thank you. Just a couple of very large increases, Ms Allen. One of them is the abandoned vehicle on page 81. I'll just if I can have some clarity around that. Is this if someone has an abandoned vehicle outside their house, for example, and they call the council, will they be then charged the $200 to have that vehicle removed? It was previously $51. I'm concerned that it might just lead to an increase in vehicles left around the city.
I can take that one, Councillor, thank you. So it is just really to reflect the cost associated with towage for that, so it's just a reflective cost.
But is it paid by the person who made the request?
No, it'll be charged against the owner of the vehicle if we can find them.
I think that's the very salient point. And similarly, just there's a very large increase in the penalty fee for a corridor access request, which I'm assuming is work to be done on the road corridor. It's gone, it's doubled to $1,500. Has there been a problem? What are you smiling at, Mr. McLean?
No, I was doing some hand signals to Ms. Benson as to who was going to answer it. The reason for that, Councillor, is we make the application fee for a car low because we want people to apply to do that. The penalty for not reinstating the road, though, we've lifted because we want people to actually return the road into a state that's acceptable to us. So that's a good motivator.
Is it an issue for you?
It has been, yes.
No, that'll do.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Vandervis.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My first question is following from Councillor Lund's question, and this is something that has been highlighted by community businesses a number of times to me. Cars which are taking up parking spaces, they may well be abandoned, and they've been there for a long time. So the question is, how do we ensure, given the limitations that we see in the city in terms of parking, qualitatively, not just quantitatively in terms of the charges here, how do we ensure that these cars that are abandoned or just taking up spots for months are effectively removed? Because there are many that have been highlighted to me and still there. They're just still there as taking up spots for patrons of our community businesses. And
Sorry, Councillor. So whenever there is a claim of an abandoned vehicle, the
person can make a request for service through the customer services team, and then obviously the parking officers will make that assessment, and then there are various processes to go through at that point in time. If there's any specific instances that you've got, I'm happy to talk offline with you.
Okay, I'll put that offline. The second question is on, and this is coming back to what I've said I've supported when it was presented to us by our community member. Free pool entry for those with disabilities, noting health benefits and additional costs faced by those with disabilities. I understand from community members that this is not the first time it's been put forth to council. It has been requested for actually quite a bit of time. Can you comment on that?
The fees and charges reflect what previous councils have agreed. So, there's a motion, as you know, Councillor Ong, there is a motion coming that I have already circulated from Councillor Mayhem.
Councillor Van der Vis.
I'm very pleased to see that there have been a lot of 0% increases in fees. I've been on this council for many years where it was routine to simply add 3% across the board to all of them and not consider them individually. So I thank the staff very much for making the individual considerations that they have, and fully understand some of the increases, for instance, the vehicle removal, and that it reflects towage. I notice that there are some areas where there is a 4% across the board increase, and those areas seem to be in compliance areas. Can I assume that they are largely because it's just become more expensive to do that kind of work?
Yeah, yes, Councillor. Firstly, thank you for the question. So obviously all of the work, or the vast majority of the work that we undertake is based on time, and obviously the cost of staff does increase.
I found one outlier on 78, page 78, that relates to the sealing off of 150mm pipe. I just happened to have been burying a number of 150mm pipes out at the farm recently with a digger, and I was astounded to see that a sealing off charge has gone up to $2,000. Given that you can get a digger very cheaply for about $100 an hour, I'm wondering how it is that this is such an enormous cost to seal off just a 6-inch pipe.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Vis. I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but I do know the work on each line is reflective of the charges that we incur to undertake the particular activity per line. So my immediate response would be it's on that basis. I can seek clarification if that's further required.
If you could just send me a breakdown of the 2,000 later, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lund.
Just following on from that, the planning, it's for Mr Henderson, at page 86, Mr Van der Vis is right that that's a pretty judicious range of increases, but the planning department seems to have quite a high increase across the board from 7.7 to 8.2%. What is that down to?
Thank you, Councillor. We've done some work looking at the costs associated with it, and particularly looking at the rates revenue, the funding policy, and trying to increase the level of revenue versus rates funding for those areas, and therefore those increases are to try and reflect that.
So related to the levels of service, is that?
Not necessarily levels of service, but obviously the rate financing policy, so how much we receive in terms of revenue versus what rates funds for that service, because it was sort of getting out of alignment.
Thanks.
I'll just do a follow-up on that because I just had the revenue and financing policy in front of me. So is that, just finding that, is that resource consents where it was 55% rates funded and 45% I'll say user pays funded, and had that got out of kilter, and that's what you're adjusting the fees for to meet the policy?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm happy to move.
Okay. I think there's some. I think we're going to go. Have we got some other fees and charge? So I'm just wondering because I'm not 100% aware of what they are. And okay, well I don't think that I have, because there's been a lot of emails, necessarily. I think so. There's one there.
So far behind already.
Oh, and there was there? Is it? Oh, and that's okay. Because I think that councillors might have some questions about the impact on the budget, especially the second one around the. So it's just obviously we're going to speak, so we're going to questions. So.
Happy with your leave and the leave of the meeting to answer any questions about them if councillors have them, if it's helpful.
Sure.
If the mover is happy with that. Mm.
So who's moving and seconding this one? So it's Mickey and okay. Mm. And you had a question, Councillor Lund?
Yeah. Ms Graham, is it the levels of service? I believe that we are looking to recover 90% of the revenue through rents, but we're down to 80%. We're breaching that. Is it the revenue and finance policy?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, not the levels of service. Yeah, so we're breaching our finance and revenue policy if we don't increase the rents.
We are. I don't know that we are getting it to 90% anyway, are we, Karen?
No, we were at a different percentage.
So we weren't. The increase as consulted on didn't get us into full compliance anyway, I don't think.
Sorry, at 22% in the draft budgets, this would change it to 26%.
This would add, from rough maths, I think about 0.4% to the non-water rate. Is that good maths?
Thank you. It'd add 0.34%. Very close.
Okay, and I'll just ask a question. We had a report, did this come through in the reports earlier this year about this matter as well? Is that correct? Revenue and financing policy, yep, sorry, just getting my head around it. Does anyone else have any quick questions to ask? Okay, I will, if you would like to speak to it. Yep.
So this is regarding the fees and charges on page 58. Just really quickly for context, we own about 940 units. Most of them are single, some of them are double. So we're talking about at least 1,000 people here that this affects, a decent whack. To be eligible to be in one of those units, your income has to be low enough to be on the accommodation supplement, and you have to have very limited financial assets, and we strongly prioritise tenants over 55. Most of our tenants are over 65, so at least 1,000 people over 65 with very limited financial security. We're also on a wait list. These are pretty much fully occupied, so we're prioritising people with the lowest incomes and the most urgent need, high levels of disability as well. Just under 2 years ago, we debated a similar thing, or the previous council debated a similar thing, and of the available options, they went with the highest rent increase of 11%. Last year, they did a 3.5% increase. If we approve the budget as it is, that'll be an over 20% rental increase within 2 years. In that same period, petrol's gone up about 30%, price of food around 9%, price of electricity between 10 and 15%. What hasn't gone up that much is the pension. So just by virtue of being eligible for a council house, our tenants are in a poor position to weather increased financial pressure. I know we're not in this position out of malice. Staff are putting in this figure to try and bring us back to accordance with our finance and revenue policy, as Councillor Lund has mentioned. Ideally that's 90% contribution from the tenants, 10% from rates, and at present we're at 22%. I'm not criticising the reasoning that went into that policy, but I am suggesting it might not have been developed with the current economic climate in mind. Inflation isn't distributed evenly. So the cost of servicing these units has really outpaced the ability of these tenants to pay for those services. that's not any fault of their own. It's just because those costs have increased disproportionate to the things that allow us to increase the pension. I anticipate an argument that maybe we should alter the policy first, but then if we're talking about altering the policy and potentially reducing the rates after that, or not reducing them, isn't that the kind of bureaucratic exercise that many of us are here to prevent? I think we should be thinking more to providing security and transparency to some of our most vulnerable population. Obviously, this money does have to come from somewhere. I am privileged enough to own, or the bank owns, the house that I live in, so I'm a ratepayer. My house is very close to the median value of a house in Dunedin. A 0.4, and it is less than that, 0.4 addition to the rates would cost me about a little under $20 a year. I'm not minimising the burden of rates to families in the city, but I'm not asking us to fund the star fountain here. This is a matter of prioritising the people who we know are really, really vulnerable. If we're talking about where rates should be spent, I think most people in the city would agree that helping these people weather the cost of living is a high priority. Ka mihi nui.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Barker. Just responding to the earlier impassioned speech from Councillor Lefiso, and come to the realisation that we actually are here for the same thing, and we just perhaps go about things a different way. Part of my drive to achieve growth for Dunedin, cut wastage and assist with efficiency at every level of council is so that we as a council can contribute to looking after the most vulnerable and the less fortunate members of our community. I cannot in any conscience be part of a council that subsidises cruise ship passengers to go on a train ride to the tune of $2 million a year and then looks to social housing tenants to make up $500,000 of that shortfall. That is a relevant analogy because that was voted on at the same meeting 2 years ago, and that left me speechless at the time. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree that we need to look after our most vulnerable, and we need to look after as many of them as we can. We're talking about 900 mostly single units here and 900 people. There are tens of thousands of our citizens who don't have access to this housing, who are struggling with full rates, full electricity costs, and we are asking them to subsidise this well-connected 900 that are actually able to have this housing. The reason that we have a finance policy is to try and get some level of fairness in who pays. If the rents in these social housing were only half of what everybody else has to pay in this city, I would say, well, okay, that's quite a big ask, but fair enough. Fact is, they're not even that. We are looking at just this 900 and not at the tens of thousands that are going to have to pay for this. It's not our money, it's theirs. And people that work hard, people that are just managing above the threshold of having social housing, having to pay for such a significant rental reduction compared to everyone else in town, doesn't meet fairness, doesn't meet equity, and it doesn't meet our finance policy. What is in the budget is a relatively small attempt to try and get back on track to a situation where social housing was supposed to pay for itself without any subsidy. Hasn't done that for quite some time, but that was the aim and that was the basis on which social housing was supported. I can't support this.
Councillor Lefiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā kōrua to the mover and to Councillor Sims. Made my argument for me, I think. But I'll just add that the previous, that is the 2024 increase of 11% was actually the middle. The other one was 3% and then the highest was 26% or 25%. I can't, for me it's the same old. We're still trying to fiddle around tweak, whatever, in a broken system. And it's not just a broken financial system, it's actually a broken social system. And all over the world, housing, homelessness, it's a problem because of, I think, because of our focus on growth and creating investment portfolios with for very powerful people. So I just want to say that social housing and food security, housing and food security are fundamental human rights, and we need to get it right and not just argue about, equity. I don't think some of us around the table actually understand equity. If you're going to be talking about poor ratepayers who own property and people who live in social housing, you're not comparing apples with apples. They have an asset, and as I said this morning, it's up to us. If we really genuinely care about that, then we have to change the system and not just make little tweaks.
Councillor Hall, Chambers, Gary, Gala, then Ong.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, I haven't quite finished writing this, but here we go. I will be supporting this amendment. Housing affordability and cost pressures are already extremely challenging for many residents, and I think there is merit in keeping these fees unchanged at this time due to the huge increases we've had in the past. For many people in the council housing, even relatively small increases can have a real impact day to day in living costs. I think these are the types of decisions that help define who we are as a city and a council. We should absolutely be mindful of affordability pressures across the board, but also we have a responsibility to support the most vulnerable members of our community where we reasonably can. I believe in good councils are not measured only by balance sheets, but by how they support who needs help the most. I think this is a measured and compassionate approach, and I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll be supporting these amendments. I think I agree with Councillor Treadwell. I mean, we're talking about people who are quite disadvantaged here, who aren't earning very much, and a potential rent rise in a year of between $640 and $1,000, I think, or $1,200. It's huge for people who are on low income or pension or benefit. And we have control over this. We have control over this. We can control that. We don't have to put that burden on them. Now, we don't have control over the private sector. The private rental sector, we do not have control over. And many people who are renting in the private sector, they don't pay rates. Now, okay, the landlord pays rates, but landlords don't automatically pass marginal rates increases onto the tenants. Good landlords don't do that. So I think I think we have control over this, and I think to not increase those rents by 8%, 7% is a good thing not to do. Perhaps we'll get a surprise in the budget, and there'll be massive increases in benefits and pensions in the budget tomorrow. I doubt it.
Councillor Gaylor, Ong, Mayhem, Walker.
I'd like to be able to support this, but I just can't. We've just spent a few hours here talking about rates increases for next year. We cannot bring ourselves to cut any further than 8.8%. And when we talk about assets and people and ratepayers owning their own houses, there are plenty of retirees and others out there that own their own houses that also are very cash poor. And I just don't think it's fair or equitable to allow this group to have leg up when we're not doing the same for our cash-strapped ratepayers who have been making a lot of noise about the rates hikes and telling us loud and clear that it's unaffordable. So for that reason alone, I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to state that when we think of our community, firstly, we must think all across the drivers of Dunedin City's economy, whether one is a direct ratepayer or one is comprised of the largest economic sector in our city, our students as one example. Now, all across these major groups in our community, they are all driving our city and driving our city council, whether it's in the charges, rates, or driving the economic sectors of our city. These are all interconnected. Now, when we're thinking about, in the same interconnected way, increasing rates revenue simply because we have a shortfall somewhere else, it's just coming back to the same thing. There are the non-essential nice-to-haves where we shouldn't penalize our ratepayers here. There are the non-essential nice-to-haves that are stated, as we've been discussing from, where we don't penalize our ratepayers and we take away from that somewhere else so that we're not increasing rates, very simply.
Councillor Mayhem.
It's called social housing, not market rent. To get better housing for our residents is a collective responsibility. We've got limited resources. We need an integrated long-term planning, future focus on community wellbeing. To focus supporting those with the greatest need, we need advocacy and innovation. We know housing is expensive. We need to improve existing homes, build new ones, explore alternative housing models, as well as to plan to regulatory accessible universal standards. Right now, however, there is something that we can do to help. In future, we need to change the revenue and financing policy to be 30-70. I don't think the model is right, but today we can show leadership and support for those in need. I'm always going to bat for the underdog, especially around advocating for our most vulnerable. I wholeheartedly support this motion. I wish I brought it back to the table myself. Ka mihi nui for your leadership, Councillor Treadwell.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. I probably, like a bunch of us, I know too many people in this city who live in squalid conditions in this city with way too many people crammed into houses that are way too small, way too damp, many with low-paying jobs, many with disabilities and many with mental health issues, and often supported by other whānau already under pressure, already struggling to survive. I'm a tax and ratepayer in this city, as is my wife, and I actually have no issue with my earnings going into the pot for the greater good. And the good example of that is I don't have kids. Second largest chunk of my tax take goes to education. I think that's a good thing that we have good schools, good quality schools, good education, and well-paid teachers. That's thinking about the greater good. Thankfully, as the mover says, we already have 940 units. We're luckier than most TAs in that sense, helping some of the most vulnerable in our community, some with the lowest income earners, with the highest needs, many with disabilities. Related to this motion, I think at some point I would like us to signal that we alter, when we review the revenue and financial policy, the current setting, so we can move away from that argument that we don't adhere to it. That may be a cleverer way of doing it at some point. Hence, the mover is correct that we must always look after our most vulnerable. And to Councillor Van der Vis's point, we need to look at those who miss out on social housing and look to restart at increasing our social housing stock so we can actually help more people.
Councillor Lund, then Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I'd like to make just a couple of observations. I agree with Councillor Van der Vis. I mean, it's a vexed question, and I sympathise with the increases. But my greatest sympathies lie with those of the thousands of people who are paying rates, who are struggling with rates and the cost of living. And I would just like to leave Council with a couple of observations. The first is that a retiree living on the superannuation receives $538 a week, and if they lived in one of the three of the single or double flats that the DCC own as social housing, they would be paying 31% of their income in rent. And that is within the bank guidelines if you're going to achieve a mortgage. I'm not saying it's good, but what I'm saying is that there are many, many more people in this town paying a lot more as a percentage of their net income than these people. And that the fact is that the rents for the Dunedin social housing portfolio are far less than half the market rent.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor London and especially with Councillor Vandervis when he's talked about how actually we want to be able to support as many people in our community that we possibly can. And as Councillor Lund said, these rents are significantly below market already. And there was a reference in 2024 when there was an outcry about the significant rent increase to 11%. By not having a rent increase this year, think of what you're going to be doing the next year and the year after, because that's what happened in 2024 because there had been no rent rises. And yes, I hear councillors saying we want to be able to provide more social housing. Well, if you're not allowing the current social housing to properly fund itself, there is no money in the pot to be able to build more social housing. And I just am concerned that if by passing this resolution, we're significantly away from our funding policy of 90-10, as it currently is 78-22. So we're already significantly supporting the many vulnerable people in our city, and I find this very challenging, is that you're creating a huge issue going forward.
Councillor Gary.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things to say. First of all, I do hope those that are aware of people struggling with rates that own their own home are pointing them in the direction of the rates rebate scheme, which I understand has just increased that assistance amount. But I just want to remind colleagues that the Finance Minister referred to those who are in social housing that they had won the lotto, and how incredibly despicable and outrageous that comment was. And I'd like to think as a council we are quite the opposite and show compassion and empathy to our most vulnerable in social housing.
And I will speak to this as well. I'm quite torn about it because I would have found it acceptable for a lower percentage, but to have it not go up at all is Deputy Mayor Lucas, it is making the problem worse. And when we had a report a few years ago, it showed that there had been no increase for 5 to 7 years, I can't remember. And this is a challenge for us because our costs keep going up. And I know that the costs are going up for the most vulnerable. I know that it skews female, but I also know that we need to get our own housing in our own house under control, and this has not been under control. I think there were quite a number of motions that were put through about housing and the Housing Action Plan, and I think we need to revisit that. What I want to see is a report for our LTP to support and review the operating model around community housing, because I think that is a real challenge for us, and we need to be asking ourselves, are we the best people to be running community housing? We have these discussions every year, and there have been huge issues over the years about how do we fund it, how do we fund the adding more houses and etc. So I think we need to be very, very careful about kicking the can down the road again. So I would have accepted a smaller increase if that had been put forth, but I cannot accept no increase whatsoever. So back to you, Councillor Treble.
Tēnā koe everyone, thanks for your comments. I'll try and address everyone. I'm not sure I've got notes on everyone, but Councillor Sims, you've grit and I appreciate you. Councillor Vandervis, I appreciate your points. I'm not sure I would characterise our social housing tenants as well connected, however. Councillor Lafiso, thank you for reiterating that housing is a human right. Councillor Chambers, you're absolutely right. We have control over this. It's not that we have to defer to the market here. We have an obligation to provide for our citizens, and this is somewhere where we know that we can help our most vulnerable. Councillor Gaylor, I do appreciate your perspective. I would suggest with the comparison, I need to reiterate, people who live in council housing cannot own assets. They cannot have a house. Even if you own a home but you're cash poor, you do at least have an asset base. These are the people we're talking about, by definition, do not. Councillor Mayhem, thank you for your kind comments, and you're absolutely right. Today is an opportunity to show leadership. Councillor Walker, I absolutely agree that we need to it actually pains me to do something which is not within the policy. I like to be procedural, and I would like to reiterate that I think we should review the policy to make it in line. But in this case, I would like to put the cart before the horse, rather than just create additional uncertainty with the intention of reviewing it in future. And I would point out that even if we do make this increase, we're still not within that policy, which I think reinforces the notion that the policy hasn't been considered for the economic climate that we're in today. Councillor Lucas, again, I do want to express my discomfort with contravening that policy, and I think it needs further discussion. But I really think this is an opportunity for us to do good and show leadership to the community. And I don't think that the people of Dunedin will be upset with this as an allocation of rates, if anything. Councillor Gary, very good commentary around the won the lotto comments. I totally know what you mean, and I believe I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Sorry, is there ability to make an amendment now to reduce the amount, as you suggested?
With the leave of the mover and seconder. Oh, no, we can't? Okay.
You can move an amendment if you want to.
So what is the current increase percentage?
Around 8.
I would like to move that we accept a 4% increase.
I'm happy to second that. Do we need the leave, or are we just moving? That's just moving it as an amendment, is it?
It's an amendment now. No, it's an amendment. So what you're essentially, if I'm not, so what Councillor Gaylor is doing is amending Part A, which will also amend Part B. So I'm assuming that it will halve the revenue offset, give or take.
It's the only assumption we can make, yes.
Do we just need to take a minute?
I think we broadly understand what's being suggested, that instead of putting the rates back at the 25-26 level, you were increasing them by 4% instead of the 8% in the budget. Is that what you're proposing? Does that make sense?
Oh. Sorry, can we just do a quick adjournment just for the procedure of this? I'm a bit confused about the ordering of debate and voting.
We don't need an adjournment for that. I can explain that really quickly. There's an amendment that's been moved and seconded before the other motion was put. So now you vote, you debate the amendment. If the amendment passes, it becomes a substantive motion. You then vote on that. If the amendment loses, it falls away and the original motion is then put.
Councillor Gaylor, would you like to talk to the...
As I said before, I want to be able to offer some assistance in this regard, and for us not to have to increase rents to this extent. I'm listening around the table to the different views, and I can see that Mayor Sophie's suggestion of a lesser percentage feels like a halfway house that perhaps we can all support, because there's clearly a divergence in opinion here. But I think 4% is more fair when it comes to when you look at the 8% figure. So personally, I think this is a good option to take. Thanks.
Councillor Vandervis.
When people pay rates, they're not just house owning people, they are all people, renters and house owners. And to compare apples with apples, we need to compare the renters these days who are paying a commercial rent that is more than double what these people are paying. And there's a lot more of them than there are the 900 in social housing that are lucky enough to be in social housing. To be asking those renters to contribute to an even further subsidy of less than half of the commercial rates of these 900 fails equity, it fails fairness, and it fails to address the fundamental problem that we are falling further and further behind in being able to afford to maintain social housing, let alone build it. We're not able to maintain social housing at the current rental levels that are less than half of commercial. We cannot keep this rental level so low and still have social housing that's viable. 8% to me, quite frankly, is still not enough to get us to a point where there is equity, where the renters that are paying commercial rates, paying commercial rents, are paying double what these people are paying, even at 8%.
I'll speak now. I find it very challenging when we talk about these people, which are some of the most vulnerable people in our community. That does skew female as well, who are often left with minimal assets at the time. So,
Point of order.
Sorry?
The people that are paying half the rents in our social housing are not the most vulnerable. They're actually quite well off because they're paying half the rents. The really vulnerable people are the renters that are paying double that.
What was the number? Oh, sorry, Chair, you had to take this.
What was the standing order number, councillors?
25.2, misrepresentation.
I'll just take a minute, please. Adjourn, seconded Councillor Mayne. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Just one moment, thank you.
I'll withdraw and apologise and say among the most vulnerable. I'm just aware that we've got councillors that have left the table.
Might be voting.
I'm just waiting for Councillor Ong to return. Well, Councillor Sims, do you wish to speak in the meantime?
Thank you, Mayor Barker. I'd just like to try and sort of implore on people that this is really a moment in time issue, and I hear what Councillor Lucas said. If we don't do it now, we're going to have to do it later, and I accept that. But now does not feel the right time. The other thing is, to those councillors that have spoken up on behalf of all the other ratepayers, there were 25,000 cruise ship passengers that went on the Tyree Gorge last season. Let's get $20 off them and leave the social housing tenants alone at this moment. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I don't think I could put it any better than the previous speaker, to be honest. I mean, I'm more than happy to indicate that I'm willing to vote down this motion so we can revert back to the original motion for all of the reasons that were posited first time round.
Councillor Treadwell.
I appreciate the idea to compromise here, but I think it really is an opportunity for us to show leadership and our support for people who we know are in a difficult position, because again, by virtue of being eligible for council housing, you are in a difficult position. There's no ambiguity around that.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just give a heads up here that I am prepared to support the increase based on a 4% increase as opposed to no change. And the second part of B, to penalise our ratepayers, I would say I will not support.
Okay, Councillor Lafeso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I do, like Councillor Treadwell, appreciate Councillor Gaylor's effort to compromise or to give sympathy to the original motion, but I do find it arbitrary. And I think what's at issue here is, as Councillor Gary said this morning, our values. And the fundamental principle for me is that if we were to say, oh yeah, okay, so we're just going to do a 50% increase, to me it betrays the principle, I think, of actually counting housing as a fundamental human right, and social housing is a social good, and therefore, for me, it's not about breaking even or being fiscally responsible. It's about doing the right thing, I think, for our social housing tenants. And the talk about, we're penalising people who have houses and pay rates and are cash poor also. To me, that still doesn't, frustrates me that that's not about equity, because you're going to serve more, because more people are you're going to spread the risk or whatever across more people. That's not what equity means. Equity means addressing an imbalance.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. Just briefly, I think we need to minimise the divide between sustainability here. And I just look at the gains that we've made in the last, my time on council, say 4 years, and it's been great to minimise the gap. And all we're doing today is going to increase that divide and make the problem even bigger. And it's naive to think that these costs are not going to be passed on to tenants in the private sector. Totally naive. Everybody has to pass on the costs. And so private tenants are going to just simply be going to pay more for this. And I look at it as far as being, sure, we can take money from other people, cruise shippers and pass, but this is not the day to decide that. This decision is going to impact ratepayers. And I'm going to go into bat for the ratepayers here. And they're not on the easy road. They've worked damn hard. And they're responsible people. And they have got a heart, I'm sure. But quite honestly, leaving the people in community housing alone and picking on the ratepayers that are already struggling, it just blows me away. And I can't believe the mindset of the people around this table thinking that. Thank you.
Councillor Gailey, your right of reply.
Yeah, I think it's been well known during Dunedin's recent history. We have a lower socioeconomic population and ratepayer base to pay their rates. I think the cash poor argument is a very real one. What I'm trying to do here with this motion is to present a compromise where both ratepayers can still receive some benefit, while also acceding to the concerns of our social housing tenants who would like to not to have to pay such a steep increase as other councillors have mentioned here. Let's face it, today we have actually not done terribly much in the way of fiscal responsibility, in my view. We haven't cut the rates any further than 8.8%. Everything's been going in one particular direction. We all have to admit that. I think this is a really positive compromise that would be a gesture of good faith to the ratepayers that we serve. Thank you.
I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Yes.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No, sorry. Because he said no. He was like, oh, I see. Okay, sorry. He confused me. Okay.
Be all right? Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Motion lost 10-5.
Right, we'll go back to the substantive motion, and I will put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Gaylor.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion carried 8-7.
Now, do we have any more motions for this one? Should we? Will it be a while? Do you think this one will be a...
Got swimming pool, that one.
I think we should have a break. I will move that we have a break for 10 minutes until 4 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. That is carried. How many more have we got?
So, councillors, I just thought it might be useful to throw to Mr McAuliffe now, just so you understand the impact of the decisions that have been taken to date on rates, just as we progress through the meeting, so you understand where the rates are now sitting.
Thank you. So we've made two changes that affect rates. The first one is the interest saving of 255,000, and then the second one is the taking away the fee increase. So the non-water rate was 4.1%, it's now 4.3%. Overall was 8.8, it's now 8.9%.
Ms Allen, for clarity, the interest saving comes from the timing adjustment in the capital budgets?
That's correct.
Right, we have another motion up on the screen. I'm sure there will be some questions about this. Did you have a question, Councillor Vandervis?
I just wondered if HAPI
we need to get
in the motion there actually means community access card.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Fee. So I don't. Can we have a definition of a HAPI access card?
I can cover that. So the HAPI card is a nationwide system with an online application for a small fee. The card lasts for 3 years, provides discounts and accessible benefits at various business and service providers, including free entry for companions and tailored discounts to some of our service providers. Simply showing the HAPI card enables a discounted entry and it moves admin from our pool staff.
If I could, with the leave of you, Mayor Sophie and the mover, just get Mr McLean to outline why, in working with Councillor Mayhem, we've suggested some kind of identification because of what we've learnt from other councils.
Thank you. So, working with Councillor Mayhem and following on from the hearings, the aquatics team contacted Tauranga because they have free. Their advice was to not offer free swimming for disabled folk. They and their reasons, it started out really well, but as the decade has progressed, they've offered it for around 10 years. It was up to staff to determine if someone had a disability, and they were increasingly confronted with people that came and said, I have a disability, and if that was questioned, their staff were abused. So they contacted Christchurch, who use the HAPI card, and Christchurch offer a 50% discount per swim. So Tauranga are moving towards adopting the use of the HAPI card, and they are moving towards $3 per week for swimming access. And I understand from Mr Ellis, who's in the room, can potentially answer some questions, is that if that were resolved by council to adopt this, we could create a membership type for HAPI card users. So, yep, gives a little bit of context.
Councillor Ong and then Councillor Vandervis.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I believe in fair go for all. So I have put forward an email on the meeting that we sat in on the 13th to say I fully support what was put forth by us by Mr. Marable to give free entry access to our community members to our pools with disabilities. And I didn't get a reply. But I understand Councillor Mayhem did. So I'm just going to talk to this motion here, which is first
So
off.
when your time comes, you'll be asked to talk. This is just, we're just having questions at the moment.
Okay, all right. So my first question is, why do we need to make it more cumbersome for our community members to access this by purchasing a card which is going to cost them money, and just not have it free? So we know the numbers in Tauranga. It's 1,600 community members there that have the free access. We know what our population size.
So just can you? This is for questions, and
okay. So my
we'll get an
question
answer
is,
to
why
the
do we
question.
need to have this?
Mr McLean has already answered that.
Okay, so my question is, why do we need to have this?
Mr. McLean has already answered that.
Okay, so my question is, why do we need to have this?
Mr. McLean has already answered that.
I just have just a question for Ms. Mayhem. Do people have to pay to get the Hāpai card?
Yes, it costs $45 for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And there would be a small fee for online training session that costs 1 hour. It's $12.50 for the front desk operators to understand the icons on the card that use symbols to identify visible, non-visible needs of the card holders.
And that's something that council would pay for? Thank you. So a few more questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas. Gary.
Thank you. Obviously, we wouldn't know what the uptake would be in the first year, but would we need to adjust, I'm looking at Mr. Ellis, would we need to adjust our revenue budget? Because, I mean, I guess at the moment that they could actually get a 12-month concession pass, which is effectively, I think it's something like $6.50 a week. So if you from the annual cost, if you did it down to a weekly cost. So, I mean, do we need to adjust our income budget?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So currently there's 5,230 card holders across New Zealand, and our finance team did some digging there and found out that there's about 1,100 holders in Christchurch, so it would work out to be about 0.25% of the population, so we should be okay.
Councillor Vandiver, sorry, I missed you.
I'm trying to understand who is actually able to get a Hāpai card. Someone that has $45 at some city where the staff have been trained. Who is eligible to get this Hāpai card?
Or do you want to answer it, Mandy, on the...
It's for anyone with a disability, visible or non-visible. So they, rather than the staff member from the pools vetting them, it's a New Zealand-wide online process where they provide their medical certificate or authorisation of their service provider that says, yes, this person has a disability. They get issued the card. They can use it around the country, but use it to enter our pool.
So it's able to be got by anyone, not just who claims to have a disability, but has actually some kind of medical paperwork to support the idea that they have a disability. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Just checking with you, Councillor Mayhem, is this your understanding? So it's a little bit like the CCS mobility card or parking permit, where people with a disability apply, they pay a fee, I think it's $55. They have to provide evidence they have a disability, and the same applies where it isn't always visible that someone has a disability. Am I correct? That
Yes, and there's icons on the card, so people who are non-verbal or have a hidden disability, the training for staff is just in recognising what the icons are, and then they know, without the person having to explain their needs every time, the icons on the card explain what their varying disabilities may be.
I have a follow-up question because, interestingly, I'm unaware of the Hāpai card, which is interesting. Is it well known in the disability community?
Yes, it was Mr Marrable that raised this with me prior to the hearings and suggested that the Hāpai card could be a method of identifying people with needs. And as Mr Ellis said, so far 5,000 uptake across the nation. It's fairly new, with about 300 business and service providers coming on board. In Dunedin, I know that Flamingo Scooters offer a discount for the Hāpai cards. They also offer the seated scooter for people with disabilities as well. So this would be us joining in with those service providers.
Councillor Vandiver.
How many staff members would we have to put through this training? Yeah, but we have a number of pools. I'm just wondering how many people, and you get rotation as well. Are we talking 10 or 20 or 50 people that would have to go through this process, and how often would they have to be? Is it a one-off training, or do they need refreshing?
Thank you, Councillor. You're quite right. There is a number of receptionists would have to get all the casuals and all that trained as well. So we're probably looking around 40 to 50 staff.
What I would say, though, is that training of this kind is never a bad thing, and anything we can do that makes access to our facilities more seamless for all members of our community has to be something that we should support.
Are you volunteering an opinion?
It's around customer service, and that's, you know, the idea of having something that means that staff are easily able to facilitate access for people who are non-verbal, for example, can't be a bad thing in terms of us being that kind of organisation.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just a question, this may have already been answered, but I may have missed it, but what would be the impacts on rates from this proposal?
I think it'll be too small to be able to measure, and certainly without having any data, but I can't imagine at the levels we're likely to see initially that it would impact.
No, we've estimated it's reasonably minor, and Heath did make the comment that we could end up with more revenue.
Do want to clarify, Councillor Vandervis, I wasn't making an opinion on the rights or wrongs of whether you provide free access, but I was simply saying that a different approach to a customer service from our reception staff is never something that should be seen as a bad thing. I've got plenty, I've got 4 months of them.
Right, let's move on. Councillor Mayhem, would you like to speak to your motion?
I've shortened my speech down. I'm asking councillors to consider a request for dedicated disability membership for residents who have a permanent physical or intellectual disability. We understand there are many benefits to the community. Swimming is safe, inclusive and effective for overall health. This is especially beneficial to people with disabilities. It reduces strain, improves movement, builds confidence, reduces pain. Water resistance strengthens muscles safely, many of whom can only use the pool for their exercise rehabilitation. Without the physio pool in the centre of the city, there's a need to travel to Mosgiel, Te Puna o Whakahiuhu, because it features a dedicated hydrotherapy pool with a 34 degrees for therapy and recovery. I'd like to see us adopt a model to support our community wellbeing, ensuring that those living with a disability can enjoy the aquatic facilities without the financial barrier. 25% of Dunedin's population identify as disabled, which is higher than the 17% national average. With a high prevalence of disability within the city, many of our residents face accessibility challenges. The cost of living for a disabled person is $8,000 to $24,000 per annum shortfall on top of everyday costs. This is a request for Ōtepoti Dunedin to be a livable city for everyone, dignity and respect for all. I will continue to campaign for an inclusive, accessible city for all of our residents. We've received multiple submissions on this topic, and I feel this will have minimal cost to implement but provide enormous benefit to our disabled pool users. Providing inclusive exercise, improving wellbeing, mental health, independence, a boost to self-esteem, encouraging social interaction. Some people can only use the pool for their exercise rehabilitation. This is important right now in light of recent government cuts to funding to support our most vulnerable citizens. To quote John Marrable, he feels free in the water, alive and normal. Thanks to previous free pool entry, he's a medal holder for swimming. Caregivers swim for free. Why not me, said Emma. Why should people like myself face extra financial burden so that they can exercise in a safe space? The water is a wonderful place to feel free, to build fitness and to a place to be safe. $9.20 per swim is steep on top of transport costs and other expenses that relate directly to people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that I fully support this. I think we've all learnt something today about the Hapai card, which is fantastic because I hadn't heard of it before, and I think that this is a great initiative, and it will be good to see if we can put this through our other things in our city as well. So it'll be good to see how it loses. It increases the access to our facilities, which I think is really important. Councillor Wrong, I do see that you have your hand up, and I will write you down in a minute. It increases the accessibility to our facilities, and I think it's also really important around communicating with people with hidden disabilities, because I think those conversations are really hard, both for the people with the disabilities and both for the people at the front desk. So I really appreciate that there is training going on for the people at the front desk as well. I think this is a great thing to be happening in our city, and I fully support it. So next I have Councillors Walker Hall, Gary Lafiso, Vandervis and Ong.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. And just talking of John Marrable, he's someone you don't want to take on in any sport. For those that you don't know, he's a black belt in judo and performs at the highest level. Has a handshake to kill for. You'll have noticed I've sent you all the website of Hapai, which is it explains out what most of the questions that you've or it addresses most of the questions you've asked today. I'm more than happy to support this. It won't even make a blip on the on the rates chart, but it does send the right message that this city cares and has the backs of everyone in this city, and yeah, easy to support. Thanks to the mover for bringing this.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Bishop. I will be supporting this motion. I think this is actually a really good example of moderation and finding a sensible middle ground. It recognises that many people with permanent disabilities face additional financial barriers while still maintaining a contribution towards the service rather than making it completely free. Swimming and access to the aquatic facilities can have a huge difference for physical health, rehabilitation, mental well-being and social connection, particularly for people living with disabilities. For me, this feels like a practical and compassionate compromise that improves accessibility without creating an unreasonable burden on ratepayers. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to thank the mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for your leadership in this regard. It's exceptionally heartwarming and you're always very passionate about it. This is a win-win. We're showing leadership around our city's inclusiveness and it appears that will have a minimum impact on rates. So that has to be a good thing all round. It's always struck me as odd that carers go free, but the person with a disability does not in many situations and with many funding umbrellas. I want to thank the submitters for raising this with us, and I hope that they will feel heard in regards to this with our resolution, hopefully resolution if it's passed. There's a real gap for many people because of the absence of the physio pool and the costs of travel to Te Puna or Whakaaehu are considerable, particularly for many of our disabled who don't drive and have to take other means of transport that cost. And it is particularly hard when you have an invisible disability. It is difficult to have to articulate that. It's embarrassing as a loss of dignity. So this actually speaks to the importance of dignity for our disabled community, for us respecting them. It shows that we are showing leadership in this regard. And quite frankly, I'm really proud of this council and this motion to be so inclusive and recognise our disabled community in this way.
Councillor Lafiso, then Vandervis, then Ong. Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe to the mover who's already made arguments that I might have made. But I just want to mention that governance as service and leadership, we should be aware of the government's more hatred of disabled people. They're passing the Disability Support Services Bill, and also making changes to social housing rules, penalising people with disabilities even further. So please turn out this Saturday at the Meridian Mall to support the bill, the protest against the policy change at 11 o'clock. And also I just want to do a big shout out to Te Kapa or Nukutia, the only non-Ōtautahi Christchurch-based kapa that succeeded in getting through to the Te Matatini finals next February. And that is led, the male kaya is Kiriawa Cassidy, who is an amazing leader who has to live life in a wheelchair, and despite that, he is internationally known for his leadership as a young Ngāi Tahu leader. And I just want to shout out to him, because it's interesting, we have issues of prejudices in all spheres of our communities, in all our communities, so there have been some challenges as to whether he is appropriate to be a leader of a kapahaka thing in a wheelchair. So those our biases affect all our communities, and so just a big shout out to everyone who's living with a disability, visible or not.
Kia ora, Marie. Councillor Vandervis.
I have often taken my severely disabled son, who's 21 now, to Moana Pool, and I don't need a subsidy. Most of the people that my son goes to disability organisations with also have parents, or the kids themselves don't have any real financial vulnerability. The idea that disability equates with poverty and not being able to pay is it's a view that I think actually impacts negatively on people that are disabled. Just because they have a disability doesn't mean to say they're poor and that they don't have means. So I don't have any real objection to this, but I do have an objection to the idea that it costs nothing. $3 for a week is tantamount to no charge at all. Everyone else pays charges to use the facility. The facility can't run without charges. So there is a cost, and it's basically a cost that's borne by the other users. Not all people with disability have a financial issue. I'm not sure that this is anything really other than some do-good kind of optics for the council to say, oh, we're looking after these poor disabled people. They're not all poor, most of them aren't, in fact, that I know. Let's do it because it doesn't have a major impact, but let's not forget that letting this group essentially have near free access means that the others will be paying for it.
Councillor Ron.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I will state, as I stated in the previous council meeting, this is something that I fully support from what's been put forth by Mr. Marable. We should have free, unrestricted access for our community members with disabilities. And that's very simply because when we look at the cost required, there is no funding required from our City Council. Now, you could say that maybe there's a foregone amount in terms of revenue. So let's look at that very specifically, based on what's been presented to us from our council executives. And that is, in Tauranga, there are 1,600 community members with memberships for a population of 170,000. And if we look at the price for 30 swim visits in 1 year, that is $127.20 at Dunedin City. We have a population of 130,000 over, and if we assume that of, say, 1,200 community members that might take this on, it's actually only the incremental number of this 1,200 that we are having a foregone revenue for. Very simply, to put that in focus, we're looking at maybe how much? 80,000 a year or less? So I say, I have an alternative notice of motion that's been put forth to have free, unrestricted access for our community members with disabilities. That will be put forward right now if this vote is rejected. Because simply voting for this is to say, we are going to charge our community members with disabilities for this. We are going to require them to sign up for this access card and the inconvenience and cost of that. We should have this free.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Treadwell.
The only concern I have with this is the idea that we have to have this Hapai card, and to be honest, Councillor Ong's notice of motion is actually better considered. It allows that disability can be recognised by including but not limited to Hapai access, community services cards with the disability related support, total mobility or disability support documentation. I think restricting it to this one Hapai access is in fact exclusionary and is a bit of virtue signalling, so I will not be supporting it, but I'd happily support Councillor Ong's notice, although I would be wanting to make an amendment to have a charge in light of Mr McLean's earlier comments.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā koutou. First, I just want to give a really big thanks to Councillor Mayhem for leading the initiative on this. I know that she has worked with staff, and also big mihi to the staff to put together something which I see as really both pragmatic in addition to addressing a need which was communicated like very specifically by representatives from the disabled community in the city. I really appreciate the viewpoint from Councillor Vandervis that we shouldn't generalise the disabled community with regard to their means. However, I would note that in this city we have the statistics to suggest that a higher proportion of people with disabilities are also in lower income bracket. So from an equity perspective, I think it does address that to some degree. This one is quite close to my heart. My grandfather was himself disabled and also one of Wellington City's first owners of an aqualung. So I know how freeing this can be, and you can understand how somebody with a physical disability would struggle with certain types of exercise, but in the pool, less so. And that's why this is an exercise which, again, from an equity perspective, is more disproportionately used by those members of the community. It feels like a really easy win to me. What they've put together here in terms of the Hapai card is very practical just from a staffing perspective. I appreciate the motions and the comments from Councillor Ong and Councillor Lund that it should be free. I think the Hapai addresses the concern that puts a burden on the staff at the facilities to have to make decisions around people's disabilities. So, yeah, I do see the pragmatism in that. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem, your right of reply.
Thank you very much. And as Councillor Treadwell said, simply showing the Hapai card will enable a discounted entry and removes the admin from our pool staff. And I think this will allow us to get ahead of any issues. Councillor Gary said compassion and empathy. If carers go for free, why not the person with the disability? Exactly. Councillor Hall said it's a really good motion, a contribution that will be practical and compassionate. Thank you for that. Councillor Walker said this would be easy to support. Well, I hope so. Thank you. Councillor Lofiso, governance, service and leadership. The passing of the disability bill and all of the social housing penalties that our government is putting on our disabilities community right now, this will come at a very timely manner for them who are feeling the pinch right now. The Hapai card will make invisible disabilities that are very embarrassing to articulate, that'll assist with easy recognition by the number of symbols, the icons that will explain to the person on the front desk exactly the needs of the card holder. Councillor Vandervis, I see people at the pool that I cared for 35 years ago. They've lived in institutions all of their lives. They're still there, going to the pool. It's something that resonates with them. They don't have parents who are alive and supporting them anymore. They rely on care workers or staff members to meet their needs. And I think that this is just one small pleasure that we could bring to someone who has lived a lifetime in an institution, and they are not as privileged as those with disabilities that have two wonderful parents and that care for them. Councillor Ong, it wasn't just Mr Marrable, it was several pool users, Idea Services, Pact Group, People First and the members of the Disability Issues Advisory Group that put forward this.
Councillor Mayhem, you're out of time.
Oh, sorry.
So I'll put the
I could go
motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Sorry, I feel conflicted because there is another motion from Councillor Ong, or is there not?
He said if it should fail.
Right. Yeah. Well, yes. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 13-2.
Now we have no more fees, so
We've got one more.
Oh, one more.
Just the over.
Oh, the overarching one. Oh, that's what I was. Yeah. Okay, no, that's cool. We go to the overarching one.
Explain the minor corrections, councillors, are those few matters that Janet explained at the start that were the typos in the schedule.
Oh, thank you, Cherry. Would you like to speak to it? I'll second it. Would anyone like to speak to it? Therefore,
I would just like to say a really big thank you to everyone who just voted for that motion on behalf of all of our disabilities community.
I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That is carried. And we have a paper that we need to do in confidential. So I will move that council, pursuant to the provisions of the LGE, the Goima Act, exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. So I will adjourn the meeting. No, thank you. I was going to say for how long we were going to adjourn it for. Let's go for 10 minutes because it is getting close to 5 o'clock, people. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, abstentions, that is carried.